Cyclone had an accident on the other side, hit the worst available target, and that's going to allow Beta Babbit to take this down and put 16 into his opponent.
He knows. Smile is massive on his face.
Yeah, absolutely well done to him as well. He got the highest points last time by an absolute mile. Well done, SSA.
Hello everybody and welcome to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized. My name is TJ. I'm joined by the one, the only, Derek Brown, who's going to be casting me over the course of the action this weekend. Derek, a lot of people are not used to seeing me and you cast Battlegrounds. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they would think that because, I mean, I lose exact numbers, but I think we're like 50k combined MMR between us, give or take.
Roughly.
Yeah, give or take about 45k. And as the two best casters in terms of BGs, I'm excited to get into the action and see these also acceptable comparatively players playing some Battlegrounds as well, because I've been back on the grind and I think it's a very interesting metagame. A lot of different strategies working for all of our players, one of which, as you can see from our friends down there, is quite a dominant one here in the tavern.
I don't even know who they are, who they're supposed to represent. Like that, they're Murlocs in costumes, but I can't even guess.
Is that
which one is which? The left is Shudderwalk.
That's Shudderwalk. Is that
And then there's Sour Fang.
Oh, it's Sour Fang, yeah.
Or it could be. No, I think it's Sour Fang.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Ukla to the far right.
Yeah.
And then Wagtoggle. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, whew, we did it. We solved it. We can all go home. No. But yes, it's an interesting metagame. A lot of players, a lot of returning players as well. Specifically from the very last Lobby Legends. We have, 5 players that made it to the group stage of the last Lobby Legends competing again. So it should be cool to see how they do. But as an overview of the tournament, it works the same as the previous Lobby Legends. We have the top 16 Global Battlegrounds players. Today, they're going to play in 2 8-player lobbies, playing 3 games each. The top 4 from each of those lobbies is going to advance to tomorrow, where they will play in the check format, where players will earn points based on their placements. And then once you reach 20 points, you need to win a game of Battlegrounds to become the champion. And not just a game of Battlegrounds, you need to win a game of Battlegrounds in the tournament. There you go, Derek. So you can't pick that apart to win the tournament. So pretty exciting once we get to Sunday, because you never know how many actual games we're going to get to play. It could be player earns 20 points in 3 games and then wins the next one, and then boom, that player's crowned the winner. We could have that little, or as many as 7 players making it to that check status, and before we even crown a winner. Could get very exciting at the end.
Yeah, that's right. I think tomorrow is where things are going to get really, really exciting with that check format, which I just really, really think adds so much tension. It's still going to be a very good day today, getting settled in, learning a little bit more about our players, figuring out the metagame together as we go, what strats they're going to be heading for. But like you say, based on the last 2 Battlegrounds that we've had in particular, I think we might be in for a long one tomorrow, as it feels like that outcome of just someone dominating and taking a first place instantly hasn't really been happening the last few events, with the skill level being so high and the difference between our competitors so slim. But speaking of our competitors trying to distinguish themselves, you too, watching at home, can compete in a way whilst watching Battlegrounds. As with the relatively new Tavern Buddy that we have here, there's a lot of fun sort of mini games, guessing competition that you can join in with at home.
That's right. If you're watching on Twitch, you can participate in the Tavern Buddy extension with these 4 games. We also have a leaderboard, so if you're earning a lot of points, if you're doing well in all these little mini games for the extension, then you can have bragging rights and see yourself at the top of the leaderboard. Derek and I will also be competing. We'll show off our picks for all of these things throughout the day, with the first one being fantasy team. So you choose your top 3 players in each group, which 3 players you think are going to do the best throughout the day, and you earn points based on their placement. Derek and I will also be revealing who he chose for our fantasy teams. No copycats, please. Choose your own fantasy team. No one's allowed to choose the 3 that Derek and I chose. You have to choose your own. That's not true. You can choose whoever you want, but I advise you to not choose who Derek and I chose.
Yeah, you may have varying amounts of success, but there's a lot of different plays that you could choose from. As I said, I think the skill level is very, very close. But then after you've picked your fantasy team at the start of the broadcast, you can also be looking at picking your puzzle box options, as there are a bunch of different criteria as to whether or not they will happen, a bunch of different things that could happen over the day, and you have to predict whether or not they will. And I know TJ had a very easy time picking. It wasn't even a question as to if he made the right picks. But for me personally, I thought they were a good level of difficulty, but I could see them going either way on a lot of them.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to predict, especially with how volatile some of the questions are. Again, we'll reveal the questions and you'll be able to see them in the extension when you bring it up. The next one is Bandwagon. This one's pretty cool. This one's going to happen in each game, each individual game. It's called Bandwagon. You have to guess the winner of an individual game based on just the first 4 turns. The catch here is that the earlier you guess who's going to win, the more potential points you can earn. So for example, if I put in my Bandwagon pick at the very start of the game, so on turn 1, and Derek puts his in on turn 3, but we pick the same person, if that player wins, I would get more points than Derek because I picked earlier than he did on the Bandwagon. So a little bit of risk reward going on with that game, just because, you know, you have almost no information. You can base it off their hero choice at the beginning of the game. Oh, this person obviously got the best hero, I'm going to guess this person. But a lot of things can happen in those first few turns, so be wary with your Bandwagon pick.
And then finally, once per game as well, Sottle, our spectator for this event, is going to hand-pick an especially interesting-looking matchup between 2 players during the shop phase. And we're going to see them both up on the screen at the same time. You're going to pick which one you think is most likely to win, and then you get points, depending on whether you guessed correctly or not. Which, as I was saying just a little bit earlier, I can't do in-game with when I'm playing Barov, so I don't particularly like my chances of doing it during the tournament. But who knows? Maybe when I can actually see both players, it might be a touch easier than having to go off the sleuthing that you do in game.
Yeah, and I didn't mention it earlier, but Sottle, incredible, great guy. You may know him. Is going to be our shot caller, our spectator over the course of the weekend. So he'll be driving us through the action. He'll be the one choosing the Barov's Blessing, so we have to hope and have faith in our good pal Sottle that he's going to give us some good ones, some difficult ones. Actually, you know what? Let's hope that Sottle gives us some easy ones.
Yeah.
All sharing the joy of earning points with the Tavern Buddy extension. There we go.
Yeah, I think actually we should just simplify the whole thing. Next Lobby Legends is just going to be a button that says click 4 points, and you just click it, and you get some points. And everyone's happy.
Yeah, we need to add a 5th game to this graphic. It's just called this game is called 3 points.
Well, speaking of points, what our players are going to be fighting for within the Lobby Legends is, of course, very different from what you're playing for at home, which is just for fun and for bragging rights. Here, our players in each lobby are fighting for as many points as possible. 7 for a win, 0 for 8th place, and then obviously 1 more point for every place better that you finish. And after the first 3 games in each of these groups, as we mentioned earlier, our players are going to be, the number of players are going to be split in half. Top 4 from each group go on to fight out for tomorrow, and then within that top 8, they are going to be fighting for $2,000 up to $10,000, with our unfortunate bottom half of the players only walking away with 1,250. But a nice distribution, as I've said a couple times before. I think it's a nice flat spread of prize money, then a little bit of jump up at the top in $2,500 to get us up to $10,000 for our first place winner, who should be rewarded for their bravery in actually having won a game of Battlegrounds to become our winner.
Yeah, and just by qualifying to this phase of Lobby Legends,
Oh yeah,
you still go away with $1,250. So even if you get knocked out before the group stage, if you don't make it into the final day, you still go away with some money. So, all right, here's the puzzle box questions, and I believe the puzzle box questions are going to be opened up right now, or they may have already even been opened. But we're just going to highlight what Derek and I chose for our puzzle box answers. First one, will a game go longer than 18 turns? I said no. I feel like we're going to get some high tempo games going on today. Very little of those, Murloc lobbies where they're just Poisonous Divine Shield and tying for a million turns at the very end of the lobby. I don't think we're going to get those, so I'm going to say no.
yeah, I feel you, and I know that with the change to Divine Shields and Murlocs being a little bit less likely to happen now, I still believe that with 6 games having been played today, 18 turns is not that much of a freak outlier. So I think at least once we're going to get a game going to 18 turns. But again, like I say, this is a tough choice right out the gate.
Next one, will a player win a game with Wisdom Ball? So I went with the bold choice of yes. Now, I almost completely disagree with my choice. I think it's very unlikely that we see a player win a game with Wisdom Ball. It's just statistics, right? First, a player has to be offered Wisdom Ball. All right, but that's not terribly unlikely. But then second, the player has to actually choose Wisdom Ball as their quest. So we're getting even more unlikely. And then 3, that player who chose Wisdom Ball actually has to win. So I'm saying yes just because I have faith. I love Wisdom Ball. It's every time you hit that refresh button, and I hit it a lot, you rub your hands together, you get a little bit excited for what's around the corner. So, I'm going to say yes.
I mean, I agree with everything that TJ just said, but I'm going to make the bold call of taking the logical endpoint of those arguments and actually agreeing with the conclusion that they suggest.
Fair point. Can't argue with that. All right, next. Will all 6 games have a different winner? I said no. I think that we'll have a player repeat in a game today. So that was a pretty easy one for me.
Yeah, I think for me it's more just the way that people will play after they get a win. Like the player who wins the first lobby, they don't really need to go for a win again anymore. I think their play style is going to shift over to much more defensive and just trying to get a decent couple of finishes and not get an 8th place, and then you should be almost guaranteed. So I'm feeling good on that one. All 6 heroes, all 6 winners using a different hero. I think you and I are in agreement here. There's just too many. Eventually someone will win with a different hero. Also not taking the logical conclusion there, as some of them, there's a few that are so much more powerful than the others. Will a game go at least 10 turns without an elimination? I think so. Again, yeah. I don't think players are playing that high tempo.
All right, and then the last one, will a player win a game with less than 4 health? That's just a toss-up, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yes, you said no. Just flip a coin. Pick what you want. Those are puzzle box. Get your puzzle box answers in now on the Twitch extension. And we're going to check in at the end with how Derek and I are doing after day 1 and then after day 2 with all these games. So I hope I win. I hope I get points.
Imagine.
I'm just going to get
this is so free.
I don't even think that's possible. All right.
That would be impressive.
Let's go through the groups, the players that we're going to be seeing compete today. This is Group A. We have Kuroneko, Ripetiti, Yellow, Satellite, Matsuri, Yanase, Eastleaf, and Sword. So entirely representative of Asia, which is pretty cool. A lot of the players that made it into this phase from the qualifiers. You mentioned it earlier in rehearsal, and then I looked it up and I was like, wow, that was a lot more than I thought. A lot of Japanese representation across both groups throughout the weekend, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, I think 6 out of 16 players represented from Japan and 12 out of 16 either APAC or China. which is surprising to see. But in a way, we are seeing the Japan in particular has been a stalwart of or a mainstay of competitive battlegrounds for a long time now, and so unsurprising to see them continue their dominance. For my fantasy team for Group A, I was taking Benege's claims to heart. He is our kind of correspondent for the Chinese region, singing Eastleaf's praises, pretty unanimously agreed upon as the best Battlegrounds player from China. Sword as well, just one of the old school players from their huge following, and I believe in his prowess. Satellite as well, I just had to pick for his long-standing appreciation and giving us some insight into the Japanese scene throughout Constructed and Battlegrounds.
Yeah, I went with Eastleaf as well. Obviously pretty dominant domestically, but really hasn't done much in the Lobby Legends circuit. So looking to see if he's going to be able to translate that success. Matsuri coming off a second place from Lobby Legends 6 really impressed me in the last one. So I feel like I had to go with Matsuri. And then Current Echo is kind of my dark horse pick. First time being on like the broadcast stage of Battlegrounds Lobby Legends. But I have faith in him. Used to be a Constructed player back in the day too, one of the OGs. So very cool to see. And we're jumping in.
Oh,
we're going in.
Look at that.
We barely even came back to us. I saw my face for like a split second.
That's all we need, TJ.
All right,
More than enough.
We got Sire Denathrius in this first one. So big fan. Yep, and auto pick.
Yep.
Ooh, Millhouse. Ooh, Shutterwalk. It's on brand for Shutterwalk. Now Millhouse is a pretty easy choice. Got a Silas. Sword goes with Zyrella, and then okay, Alec here, Priyanase.
Interesting to see. You know, contrary to what we're kind of expecting coming into this tournament, or at least what seems to be the dominant strategy in the metagame, is a lot of low armor heroes, which, in case you're unaware, with the addition of quests recently, higher armor tier, more armor, so therefore, you know, weaker hero, quote unquote, gives you easier quests to complete, which is such a key part of this metagame and something we'll be keeping an eye on consistently. Speaking of quests, though, the king of them himself, Denathrius, with a couple of rough ones here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, Snicker Snack's pretty good, but 10 refreshes? No,
yeah, I don't see that.
That's gonna be a long time. Battlecry is fine, has a Battlecry mini in the shop right away. So is able to get that rolling. But let's see. No Beast, Mex, Naga, Coolbore. Okay.
Yeah, it's a few of those key battle cries at the start gone, right, with the Shell Collector, the Alley Cat as well.
Yep.
Yeah, right away. Just saying, these minions ain't even coming close to doing it. Let's just start leveling up, and then with the free refresh you've gained from the refreshing elemental, helping you along the way as well.
Yeah. Just looking at Yanase here, just this elemental on board. So we have elementals, we have pirates, murlocs, demons, dragons. I'm curious to see where players are going to end up. I'm also curious to see how Rupatiti's opening here. Okay, has Tavern Tipper and some early dragons to kick things off. And well, coming up on the quest turn in a few turns here. And I think that's going to be big to see how players are going to maneuver around that quest turn. One of the things I found interesting in the previous Lobby Legends was how players played around going into the quest turn, right? We saw a lot of players just play completely standard, not really focus on what they were going to be doing with the quest. And then a couple players hold back and be really greedy, right? Tank some early damage and just hold on to a bunch of minions in hand to make sure that they got a head start on their quest. And
absolutely,
I felt like the metagame was shifting more towards, especially as the tournament went on, just going for high tempo, easy to complete quests, and going for early quest completion to try and ride that power level. Specifically in these games, right? Because the goal is just to get top 4, just to move on to day 2.
Exactly.
So you're really not trying to go for wins. You're just trying to make sure that you're in that top half consistently, and that plays more towards these tempo quests.
And I think here we can see for who was it on Cookie? Yellow on Cookie as well, holding back on minions in hand because it didn't really look like he was going to be able to win the fight anyway. So like you say, just hold them on, tank some damage, and hope to get a quest that says play demons, play elementals, summon minions, something like that.
Okay.
As we can see. First look at the quests here.
Ooh.
Talking about those just high tempo quests, smoking gun. Are we tempted by that here?
It just got nerfed, and I really like Snicker Snacks with Brand.
Okay, okay.
Because the Snicker Snacks actually does work with a Brand on board, so it'll actually trigger the battle cries twice. And loser tie 2 combats is a pretty fast quest completion, right? You just tank it. Tiny Henchman, 20 friendly minions die. Not a big fan, especially since a lot of the Death Rattle, summon minions tribes are out, right? No beasts, no mechs. So, Wisdom Ball! Wisdom Ball!
TJ.
Summon 15 minions? Okay. We can make that work.
Oh, he did it!
Okay.
I mean, you put it great earlier on today, right? The hardest part of winning with Wisdom Ball is dragging your mouse over to it and actually clicking Wisdom Ball. If you can do that, then you're laughing from there on. As Sword isn't giving us what he wants here. Well, giving me what I want at least, because I didn't vote for Wisdom Ball going for the win. Instead, taking Cooked Books instead, I think, for just a hopefully a slightly higher tempo quest once it gets going.
Yep. All right. Matsuri just going all in
Oh my goodness.
on the battle cries. What was the... it was the loser or tie 2 combats. So just kind of putting enough stuff out there to make sure that it's a loss or a tie, but to try and minimize the amount of damage taken. So I picked really late. I picked at the very last second for my bandwagon pick, but I picked Matsuri just because I love the Brand Snicker Snacks interaction. The hard part is finding the right value from the battle cries that you're getting from Snicker Snacks. But we do have Murlocs in the lobby, right? So
yeah, exactly.
a lot of strong battle cries each and every turn. So I think that Matsuri could be in a strong spot, but obviously going to be in a pretty tough position to get there. Like if you get a Primal Fin Lookout on your board with a Brand after Snicker Snacks is complete, you just you just get spammed with Murlocs.
Yeah, it's
in your
really
hand each and every turn.
Oh, quite hard to pass through this because, like you say, you really want to lose another fight here, but the board is just telling you to win. You're getting such powerful outcomes here, turn after turn. It's crazy. I guess you just buy the Picky Eater and you can let it sit in hand for a turn, level up. Like you just take one massive hit of probably 10 or more damage, and then next turn I think you can realistically start stabilizing very, very hard.
Yeah, and I think you
okay.
can play out the deck
Play the
swappies here
swappies
for sure.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you're still gonna lose. It's just a 2-2.
Oh yeah, I guess if you're against Millhouse as well.
Yeah. So yeah, Rupatini on the Millhouse, doing quite well.
Yeah, high tempo, not
temperature.
much direction though.
Yeah. But
Early days.
That's what Millhouse does best, You just high tempo early game, and then you fly by the seat of your pants. All right, here we go.
Oh my god, this is starting to look really powerful.
Yeah.
I think you've got the right pick here, TJ.
The problem is there's a lot of battle cries on board right now. I mean, you could just end up getting this giant Picky Eater, or just keep reducing the cost of Tavern Tier if you can sort of narrow down your board to where your deck swabbies are the ones that are getting that Snicker Snacks activation. Then you can power level. And especially with Picky Eater, it's weird because you're kind of disincentivized from freezing boards because
Right, yeah.
it's just going to get eaten. So that makes it a little bit awkward to actually have the Picky Eater with the Sticker Sacks and Brand up. I don't know. A bit weird. And I'm honestly not really even being given anything with a lot of direction. Okay.
Yeah, overall, this board not really playing ball, is it? Kind of want to get rid of some of these less good battle cries. These refreshers, obviously not so strong as the ideal of the extra demon summoning. Oh yeah, that's the
Oh, it's so big.
Oh
it's
my
so big.
God, it's huge.
He's only turned 6. He's got 36, 39.
This is insane.
What in the world? All right. Sorry, it doesn't even look like. I'd be pumped.
So would I. It would be the first good thing I'd ever done in Battlegrounds if this happened to me. I'd be calling my dad.
Dad, look at this cool thing I did. I love Snicker Snacks.
You had so much potential, son. What happened? All right.
We do have a triple
Finally
available, but
moving on over to Eastleaf on the Varden, a player both you and I are rooting for pretty heavily. Triple potential right now, but with still limited direction. You know, obviously Murlocs is kind of what we're looking at right now. Are you alongside me where I feel like you'd probably rather triple into a 5 if you had the time to do so?
yeah, and at 40, I mean, we can even go a step further. Actually, just gonna go now. Okay, it does have Gold Grubber, so like
Okay.
in the vein of high tempo, right? Having another golden on board.
Right. I can't really see what's in the shop, but Rendell not doing it for me right now.
Like dragon something. We'll see Calicos, another dragon.
Yeah, yeah. Probably just the best option, though. I agree.
Okay.
Quest as well, I suppose we should be reading out. Eastleaf has 20 friendly minions to die to get cooked books after you buy a minion, give it +1/+1, and then upgrade it the rest of for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Both two players, Eastleaf. Did you say that? Eastleaf and Sword? Or did you just say?
I did not say sword.
Okay, yeah, both have cookbook. So that should be cookbook to elementals. Anybody on the menu?
Yeah, I mean, I'd kind of like that for Rupatiti, who instead has summoned 10 minions to discover a minion of your tavern tier, but alongside a Millhouse Golden Recycling Wraith. That's pretty spicy all of a sudden. There's some real big pop-off turns we could get here.
Yeah, with Dazzling Lightspawn as well, starting to roll. Not sure
and
when
Peggy
Dazzling Lightspawn
as well
came into play. Okay, yeah, we got ourselves a Millhouse. I mean, this is a pretty good Millhouse lobby, right? You got both Pirates and Elementals, so a lot of the economy cheating, the Millhouse dampening. I don't know, what other adjectives can I use?
Millhouse dampening, mana rampening. But
Lobby Legends Murlocized.
Okay, looking for another Tad here, ideally, to get this Primal Fin activated. But aside from that, yeah, it's just a pretty simple Ellie spam from here on in.
Yep.
Oh, and even just getting the rock as well is so big with the Shaper of Realities too. I'm feeling better about my pick. I was a little bit scared after we saw Matsuri have such a dominant early game, but oh no, wait, did I? Yeah, sorry, I did pick Rupatiti. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Okay. Oh.
Well, we can see that for Kuroneko, who we saw the quest completed right at the start, wasn't feeling great about it at the time, of course, but seems to have gained a decent amount of tempo for this early on in the game. You know, it's only turn 8, and while he is surviving, still a little slow. You know, if he goes up against any of these stronger players right now, Matsuri, Rupatiti, I think some problems could start to be showing for Kuroneko unless he really starts scaling very fast.
Yeah. I mean, yellow on the other side is really hurting. Going to be all the way down to 3 here. That's certainly going to hit damage cap, so not looking good. Haven't really gotten a chance to look at yellow much. Is that Tavern tier 5? But all right, Yanase look has a brand looking like blocks already.
Algam, Swabby. Yeah, we'll take all of these.
Yeah. Yep. Ew.
Oh wow, okay.
Triple re-explorer? Okay.
Not often you see that with the brand as well. My goodness, that's huge amounts of value.
Yeah, gotta go.
Unfortunately, yeah, the tribe's not offering much though, huh?
Yeah.
The minion type, sorry, not particularly useful.
Yeah, I mean, to buff up this amalgam.
There we go.
Yeah, this amalgam's gonna be pretty buff the turn it comes down.
Yeah, true. Oh, this is a lot of thinking you got to be doing on this turn. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
a golden as well.
Only 30 seconds left. Also, this is Yanase is gonna end this turn with a lot more stats.
And he's got the wisdom ball too. If that all wasn't enough.
I don't know though. Like the scaling potential is pretty good here for Yanase, but is already behind where
Absolutely.
like Rupatiti and E-Sleeve to an extent as well. Matsuri has been taking a lot of damage already down to 16, so it's safe for another turn.
That's surprising.
But that is surprising. I was like, what happened? All right, here we go. Yellow on the brink of disaster.
Kind of looking a little too small, right?
Yeah.
That is not the hit as well.
Nope. I mean, the stats are actually
quite.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Not nearly going to be enough. And Yellow looks like going to be the first player eliminated. Couldn't really get much going there. And is going to fall. Not a great start. See who else took a good amount of damage in that one. Rupatiti now down to 16. A lot of players floating on similar life total, so this is close in terms of who's going to be able to come out on top. All right, this board looks a lot different than what I saw early.
Just also going for some kind of weird Wraith hybrid thing, trying to find that golden Bran.
Yeah, to have like Divine Shield Poisonous Amalgam.
Oh yeah.
Because it is the only dragon that's
oh my God.
going to be able to isolate for Divine Shield. Oh. Even just since we saw it last. It's evolved.
It's a blur.
Oh yeah, Wisdom Ball. Here we go. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh my God, that's so good.
What do you even get rid of here? You can't get rid of anything.
Yeah, I guess you just give up on the dream of golden primal fin. That's fine.
Yeah. Just got to move. All right, this is like a win-win for me, right?
Yeah.
Rupatiti wins, just a very cool Millhouse, especially with the minion types in this lobby. If Yanase wins, then it's a Wisdom Ball victory in the very first game. And then if Matsuri wins, then boom, bandwagon pick, easy peasy.
Well, another cold light as well. Yeah. Oh, it's so
gonna
strong,
have
isn't it?
to stop there. Yeah, but very powerful position here. Needs to ramp up to Murlocs a little bit more, and then
yeah, I like end.
he's in a good position to start positioning to that end game build.
Well, here we have Rupatiti, right? My pick on Millhouse, where he has been scaling pretty nicely, but again in a poison Murloc lobby. Maybe I was a little bit bold in my pick, as he is right on death's door now.
Yep. Not quite going to be enough. Already down to 3 health, and doesn't look like the scaling is there. But I think Yanase is really strong, right? So I don't know if that's indicative of how how Rupatiti's going to be doing against the Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the juice.
It's the ball.
And you actually always pick Wisdom Ball. What was I thinking, TJ? Like, you yourself gave such convincing arguments about why it was bad to predict Wisdom Ball would win. and then you just guessed against it anyway, and you were correct. We not want to like check if that's a Bran in the triple.
Just a casual Tavern tier up in the middle there. Still has 10
Yeah.
gold.
And again, almost, eh?
Yep. And it's starting to take pieces for that end game, right? Like just grabs a Baron because it's there. So. Ooh.
Okay, we'll look for young Murkai.
Sure.
Why not? Oh my god, there's just no time. Like, even with all this ABM, there's so much stuff going on. It's just clicking and stuff's happening.
Yep.
Sure, yeah, we can biggin up the Bran a little bit. Any of those, doesn't matter.
For justice. So many shiny.
Oh yeah, nice. Okay, setting up for the triple with the selfless hero later on as well. He's even got the end game pretty much figured out as well. It's looking really good for Yanase.
Yeah. In a nice, strong position. And what do we got going on here? Kuroneko completely getting at it. And this just looks like a transition to just to try and stay alive, right? Improve the position as much as possible.
Indeed, yeah.
We're seeing every player transition to poison Murlocs. So it's not gonna be much damage. We got Tavern tier 5, so it's gonna be 8. But Kuroneko was like highest life total going to that last one, so made the transition well. And there's E-Sleeve falling down. What is that board?
Very strange board.
At the early gold grub, right? But
yeah, didn't really find the direction.
Ramp up enough. Yeah. Rough.
Whereas, wow, look at what's happened for Rupatiti in the meantime. This is the power of an early gold recycling with Bran as well. It's just some Divine Shield that he needs now, right? The stats are getting absolutely astronomical.
For justice.
Leroy will help for sure.
I don't know though. I don't think this is gonna really step up to Yanase.
Yeah, definitely not if Yanase can
It
find.
doesn't matter how much stats you have.
Right, yeah. If Yanase can find the selfless, like Rupatiti obviously can't stand up to it. If he doesn't, then we're obviously looking a little bit closer.
Yep.
Okay, discover a minion. Can we get a manted? This is not the one you're looking for at all. Man, it's so close. It's insane that this is like such an absurdly powerful board. And, well, it's not going to be a 5th as he's up against the Ghost this round. But this is, you know, currently not necessarily a winner at all.
He's having a lot of fun though. That's for sure.
He is clicking some buttons. Say what you will. He just misses the gambler. There's just no time.
Number scoper.
Kuroneko also, like you said, just trying to transition to surviving for a turn or two.
Now.
Oh my god. Got everything right.
Still alive. And Satellite is fall in 5th. Yanase, there we go.
Yeah, Yanase just hard rolling now for that selfless.
Yeah. I wonder if there's
Is
anything
that
else
even worth
you
it?
can do
Yeah.
in the meantime, because
Oh,
essentially board cap doesn't want to really give anything.
all right, TJ. It's time.
Barov's blessing. Okay. I feel like this is a pretty easy choice.
I'm gonna go with a Mr. Yanase on this
I
one.
won't say it.
What's the formatting that we go for this? Like that? Does that work? That's going to be my personal choice.
Gonna go. Yeah, I'm with Yanase too.
I'm feeling
I mean,
Yanase on this.
Matsuri's still got a good amount of time left, though.
I mean, he's doing some very, very powerful stuff, obviously. But again, this has just turned into a pretty straight-up degenerate Divine Shield off at this point, as that's the only thing that's going to make a difference with this much poison.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Baron on the other side for Matsuri, but only just will have a single Baron versus a triple Baron, so an extra Divine Shield. Plus, Alakir gets the Divine Shield initially just from the hero power. So, and Yanase also got out of the brand, and stats really don't matter. But it is gonna go with the Void Lord as a final minion here, just to try and you know, get these Divine Shields to be knocked off. Especially if you have multiple board space, you can knock multiple Divine Shields off.
Yeah, exactly. I think also trying to make it so that if the Selfless was goldened, it might not necessarily die to a 1/3 as well, and you could get some of the poison minions killed off beforehand. But clearly not going to be working out, as Yanase comes away with the expected win, but still not knocking out his opponent quite yet. So there's still time for Matsuri to find those Divine Shields. Oh!
Oh,
There it is, right at the end for Yanase, the one card he needed more than any other.
Here's Ripatiti. They're so big.
They're so big, TJ. I'm still happy with my pick. From a moral standpoint, these minions are so big. They deserve to be picked.
Gonna go off. Oh my goodness.
And I mean, I don't know, he's got Mantid as well. Like, he's not going to win against Yanase, but... Yeah, no, it just stops there. He's not going to win against Yanase. It's very simple. He's got the protection against Zap, right? Because Yanase does, sorry, because his Baron Rifendare is a 15/15.
Yeah, maybe he can get like a huge Wildfire Elemental, like a massive golden Wildfire Elemental.
Okay. How? His elementals aren't scaling. Like that.
Great question. He would have had to have it on the board about 6 turns ago.
Okay, 2 Mantids. Yeah, you sell some of the rest of these minions. He knows what's up. He knows what he's going for.
Yeah, two Manatee and a Leroy. Yeah, Minotaur, so he can roll Divine Shield more often. It's about as good as you could hope for in this situation. And out of time, did pretty well with the turn. Just gonna sit back and hope. But this is, ooh.
Ah, man.
Okay. All right. All right, and there it goes.
There goes all hope out the window. Yeah, no chance of surviving either, which means Rupatiti, my pick, falling down here in a 4th place, maybe a joint 4th, depending on how the other fight is going, of course.
Okay.
No, apparently not Kuroneko surviving.
I am unsure how.
Oh.
There's Kuroneko. I mean, this is a ragtag crew.
How has he survived this long? This is ridiculous.
It's getting the job done, right? A bunch of ties going on. So, Matsuri's got a very similar board, right? Again, the stats really don't matter when we're talking about like poison v poison, which is essentially what we're looking at for all 3 of our final players. Rupatiti was the only player left who wasn't going poison and Murlocs. Then again, it comes down to, you know, like number of Divine Shields versus Leroy's, and Yanase just seems to have that covered.
Yeah, nothing doing here. I mean, there's like very, very little that can be done to improve upon this anyway.
Yeah.
Mantid Queen is better than any of these.
Yep. Looking at current Echo, I don't think much is really put in an Ultramedes. But that's about it. We'll see. I don't think it's going to be enough. It's going to have to
that's true.
tear off 3 Divine Shields to even have a hope. So
Nice positioning, obviously, to try and get that snipe. That takes out the divine, the taunt.
okay,
And the
here we go.
poisons come online. The
Can we
divine
get
shield,
3?
sorry. And if it can go in the middle,
Oh, okay. Okay, it's a tie. Wait, no. Yeah, it's a tie.
it's a tie. Yeah. The Baron's big enough. Oi, oi, oi.
Oh yeah. Now we're talking.
Hatsuri falling to the ghost of Rupatiti.
Wait, what?
Ow! I guess just not enough poisons. The the Mantid Queen must have missed on Divine Shield, and yeah, Rupatiti's antids of his own must have hit Divine Shield, I guess.
Yeah.
Got a couple on the board as well, which
Okay.
means is that both of our picks falling by the wayside, TJ, in
Yep,
third
but
and fourth?
We got the Wonder Ball pick still going.
That's true. That's true.
Say. So you better hope Current Echo can pull something out here.
There's a couple of the puzzle box outcomes here, right? It's whether a player will win at 4 or less health.
Oh yeah.
Current Echo, if he wins, unlikely, of course.
Oh, so it's a win-win for me.
It's a win-win, and also if the game will go to turn 18 or further, right? Because if that was a tie, it's possible that we keep tying for a little bit longer.
Sure.
Unlikely we get 2 more turns, but possible.
And it doesn't look like either player has really changed their position. It looks like Current Echo's going to add an extra Leroy here.
Yeah,
but,
taking out the Divine Shield.
but still feels like it's up to whether the Atromedius can strip off 3 Divine Shields, right? That was the only reason
Correct.
why Current Echo in the last one even could get a tie.
And obviously ain't nothing changed for Yanase on the other side. It is not broke, so he is not going to fix it.
Yeah, the Atromedius,
That's the wrong.
because he put the Leroy in, it didn't. The combat worked out a little differently to where because the medium was destroyed, the Alakir attacked twice, or only once. The Selfless was 1 space further away, so the Atromedius couldn't get it. So there you go, Yanase taking the win, Wonder Ball. I get some points.
What do you know about that? Game 1, Wonderball takes the win, and Yanase, I mean, with, what was it, 3 players at the end there going for Murlocs and like a couple others splashing in it, as it were, towards the end of that lobby. Kind of surprising that a player who didn't really have necessarily, the hero that synergized with it most. We saw a Snickersnacks Bran start to the game, but that wasn't the Murloc lobby that won, the Murloc player that won, which is pretty surprising. And I think overall just very well played, and the Wonder Ball obviously giving him some nice picks, but Yanase knowing the direction to head for right away.
Yeah, do want to shout out Current Echo in that one, because Current Echo was like full demons for a long time in that game, right? And realized that wasn't going to scale against what the lobby was becoming. So bailed out, went for Poison Murlocs. They were small. They were so little. But again, when you're talking about just Poison Murlocs, and you're going up against players that are just ramping stats with elementals like Rupatiti here, he didn't put in the Leroy and the Mantid Queen until pretty much like on his last few turns. So he was able to prey on those players, bank on a bunch of ties, and then finish second after like that transition, which I think was pretty good. So we did pretty well on our bandwagon picks. I think both our bandwagon picks still got top 4 with Matsuri and Rupatiti. But alas, still a very good lobby in terms of points for me.
Less so for me, I will say. All of my picks falling down pretty quickly as well. I think they were all bottom 4, with East Leaf, Sword, and Satellite all falling down. I don't think I got any of the puzzle boxes either. Not a good start, but I'm just letting you get off to a running start.
I'm right there with you with East Leaf, but I had Current Echo and Matsuri who both got top 4 on my fantasy team. And I got the puzzle box, so I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Very, very exciting lobby though, a very exciting game to start things off for this lobby. And you know, one thing about this, we talked about it a little bit about it earlier though, is really the only goal of this group's. It doesn't change whether or not you finish first in points or whether you finish fourth in points. It's just about getting into that top 4, right? And you sort of mentioned it earlier with how players play once they win or take second in a lobby. Yanase and Kuroneko now have a little bit of flexibility with how they play the next game. They don't necessarily have to go for a win. They just have to make sure that they start earning that sort of middle ground of points, right? If they get 4th or 5th, that's good because they're so far ahead, especially of the bottom of the pack now in point totals.
That's right. Yeah, that's kind of why I was thinking that we would likely not have a repeat winner today in any of our games, because for Yanase in particular, but Kuroneko as well, you just start heading for those middle of the pack games. You just start trying to go tempo as much as possible. You don't need to win. You just need to get as far as you can, which, I mean, hey, it's no surprise that in a game like that, the top 3 players were all Murloc players, as it's a good winning strategy, and it's also a good just place decently well strategy. Just don't lose MMR or stay above that halfway threshold, which our players are looking to do. So for Lobby Legends Murlocized, all our friends down here, I think are going to be in for a good day.
Going to be in for a good day. A good day. Maybe someone's pulling the lever. It's going to just be Murlocs in every game. But that's our first game in the books for Lobby 1. We have 5 more games left on the day, 2 left for this group, and then we're going to start over with the second group of the day to see who's going to make it to Sunday. So we're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into the next one, but don't go anywhere. More action here from Battlegrounds Lobby Legends right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized. I'm TJ, once again joined by Derek Brown, and we're one game in for the day, and with 2 more games left for Group A. Group 1? Group A? Whichever you'd like. Group A. Actually, I might go with Group 1. For the
It's incorrect, but
just for the anti-continuity. Sorry, my light's like in my face. Look.
I like that. Like telling a story by the hearth, illuminating your face.
All right. Cool. Now we can move on. Yeah. So once again, top 4 players move on to Sunday. Top 4 players in terms of points earned move on to Sunday. So you gotta say already starting things off big with a dub, with a win. Wonder if he's gonna go for a more conservative play style, or really try to get that bragging rights of I won every single game in Lobby A, Lobby 1, Lobby 1A.
In Group 1, Lobby A.
Yeah. And later when we go into Group 2, Lobby B. That's it. I don't have anything to follow it up. I just want to say Group 2, Lobby B.
So that would be a hilarious witticism.
Yeah.
Good one.
during the break, when I came back into my chair, I just knocked down all my stuff, pretty much. So I'm a little bit flustered right now because that's when my light was in my face. Like my green screen was like teetering backwards, like onto to the light above me.
I do just like the idea of you 10 seconds to go, just like, Jesus Christ, okay, here we go. Murlocized.
What is even happening? What am I casting again? No, that's what it was. That's what it was. That 3 minutes goes fast. You got to run. I have to dodge all the obstacles in my house, which is like small children,
Yeah,
cats,
most of them
dogs,
move.
puppies, a wife, just like jumping over everyone, pushing kids out of my way. Get out of my way! I have 30 seconds.
The people need battlegrounds.
My son was eating gummies. I just grabbed his gummies and
No time to explain.
Yeah. No time to explain. I need the sugar rush. Someone won with Wisdom Ball. Just picking him up and shaking him. Wisdom Ball already.
You don't understand.
He's exactly like me. So the entire time I'm doing this, he's just sitting there with a smile on his face.
Yep.
Okay, Daddy.
Oh, wow. Okay, nice. So, what is this saying? The number of full...
The number of participants in
Oh, yeah, because everyone can pick 3
extension,
people, right? Yeah, so it doesn't add up to 100. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know what's going on.
Wait a second. That's not how percentages work.
Yeah, production, like, close enough. It's
Yeah. They just made these numbers up. Put a bunch of random numbers.
All right, well,
Yeah.
Matsuri fans will be happy, I'm sure, after a pretty strong performance for them in Game 1. Fair few players going for Eastleaf as well, as you and I both did, but Yanase very much underrepresented based on that first game. Pretty cool to see that they are proving everyone wrong.
Yeah. In fact, 3 out of the players in the top 4 were not picked, were the 3 least picked, with Kureneko, Yanase, and Rupatiti. I mean, if you put the top 4 from last lobby, Matsuri, Kureneko, Yanase, and Rupatiti, nearly 150% of people picked it, which is lower than average, considering 300% of viewers picked a fantasy.
I don't even know what you're talking about anymore, TJ. It's gone way too deep.
Making myself giggle. That's what Battlegrounds does to me. I can just get even more giddy.
More than usual.
More than usual. Yeah, with Hearthstone, there's a lot of downtime, so you don't have a lot of opportunities get giddy, right? It's like a like ebbs and flows of giddiness, whereas Battlegrounds is just like, you know, a slow approach, and then you hit this peak, and then boom, it's done. Like it stays there the whole broadcast. All right, we're in the game. Game 2 of Lobby 1, Section A, Article A. Of day 1/A of Lobby Legends Murlocized.
And right out of the gate, what do we got? Ooh, again, options for higher armor tier heroes. I was taking a peek at Yogg on there, but ending on Rafarm, which is kind of surprising to see. But again, we are in a Murloc lobby, which makes it nice to steal some of those. Denathrius again. Oh, passed up in favor of Ozimat.
Yeah, and this fits his. Well, I mean, it fits with sort of his game plan, right? Pick a high armor hero. He won the first lobby. Pick a high armor hero. Just try and make it into that top 4. And maximize points. Ooh.
You thinking Devour here?
It depends how like high risk, high reward you want to go. Because like Deadeye is just the like most consistent of the options, right?
It's fair, yeah.
But Devour is probably the strongest in a nutshell. I don't know.
Yeah,
definitely not Bigglesworth.
Yeah, no, we're not Bigglesworth gamers. I think in a lobby with like what have we got? Elementals and X as well. You've got a lot of Divine Shield knocking around, which makes it quite tempting to just spit those stats onto it instead.
I already put it in my bandwagon.
Oh, you already put it in.
Oh yeah, you better believe it. Oh. You better believe it. I'm not even going to reveal it because I don't want to influence those of you in the chat. Oh, just elementals for days for Satellite really early on. Already going with the Hook Tusk triple strategy. Gonna be interesting to keep an eye on Satellite because Hook Tusk is one of those heroes where you can basically just stay on one for a long time, fish for triples, and then level up quickly to try and find direction once you've amassed some. The biggest question mark is, you know, when you start to transition from, all right, I have enough stuff, now I need to start taverning up. So.
I like as well that your strategy for what you picked here for your bandwagon pick is bringing back the old envelope bit again, which I think has been sorely lacking from the Hearthstone esports broadcast.
I hadn't even thought of that. It's just ingrained into my DNA.
Or had you been thinking of that joke all along, as proved by this envelope?
By this envelope here. And in fact, that wasn't even my bandwagon pick because, Derek, will you reach under your chair? There's an envelope there that has my real bandwagon pick.
It's just an envelope inside an envelope.
Yeah, I'll say I went with Ripetiti because more armor means you just have more health, which means you're more likely to win, right? That's how it works?
Sure.
Okay. Sword. We didn't really get to see Sword much in the last game.
Didn't, yeah, but it's an interesting strategy here, right? What, taking a Tavern Tier 3 off your triple and kind of getting a disaster off of the outcome.
Yeah. That's okay. It's a 4-4. All right. Time for some quests. What do we need? Wonder Ball again.
Here? Wow, 8 mechs or Murlocs feels very steep for a nerfed smoking gun.
I know. All right, so no demons, Naga, pirates, Quillbore. But even for Red Hand, 16 from the minions to die. I guess there are some valuable, like death rattles for that quest. Doesn't have any on board right now. And
it's still got to be Red Hand, right?
Yeah, but Red Hand has, yeah, I guess. I saw a Leapfrogger, and I was like, well, if he tries to like transition to Leapfrogger, Red Hand doesn't have too much value with Leapfrogger. I guess it can with like the Baron later on, get it out of like snipe range, but we'll see. We'll see. Red Hand, very interesting quest reward just because of how you can play around it, right? Like how greedy you want to be.
Yeah,
You can just
indeed.
keep holding a minion in your hand to get it really buffed up. But that's going to be a pretty relatively slow completion, right? What was that? It was 16 minions die.
Yeah, that's gonna
No
be
death
a while.
rattles on board, so it's going to be
Agreed.
about 4 turns, depending on 4 or 5 turns, depending on how much you win. So he offered Snicker Snacks again. Play 6 beasts or mechs. Anima Bribe. Teal Tiger Sapphire. Teal Tiger Sapphire. Did he pick Teal Tiger Sapphire?
I think so.
Okay.
That's that. I mean, that's the pick I would have made, right? Is that?
I don't know. That's my least favorite quest reward.
Really? Yeah, I don't love it either, actually, to be fair. I just think in an Ellie's lobby, especially with the others being so hard to complete.
Yeah, I never refresh. I refuse. I put a little post-it.
You've put a piece of tape over it.
Yeah. Just so I don't even know that it's there. I was in my shop.
Kind of surprising, I will say, actually, as Yellow gets a very nice snipe off the farm here, that his opponent in Satellite went for Atramedes instead of Major Domo Executus, which was offered, especially because the Executus was completed with the Celemental, the droplets, and there was a refreshing elemental in hand. I kind of thought you'd go for the Domo there, just because you can keep spamming your hero power as Hook Tusk on one of your 1-drops, try to keep hitting the Celementals. But maybe I'm just undervaluing the power of Atramedes.
Yeah.
Close.
I don't know. I guess it's more like immediate power, but even you said if you're completing it with the droplets, like the immediate power of that Executus is also pretty good, right? So who knows? But there was a Tavern Tipper in the shop there that could have been golden for Yellow. Tough choice. Tavern Tippers can be sometimes awkward to play around near the game, especially if you're tight on money, but being able to just get a triple, maybe Tavern Tier up and try and look for some more direction, because there was no direction on that board whatsoever. All right, Current Echo. Brucon.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting talking about direction, right? Because I feel like across the tavern here, there's a relative lack of direction compared to last game, where we had instantly Rupatiti hitting the golden recycling wraith and just flying through the lobby up to insane amounts of stats. A bunch of players instantly going for Murlocs, hitting the poisons, hitting the brands, whatever else they need. But here overall, feeling a little bit more scrabbly in terms of players trying to find some direction.
Yep.
From what we've seen, at least.
Yep. And has the spawn with quest of increased friendly mini stats 18 times, so already on the road to completion. I don't know what the quest reward is. But he's going to have it real soon.
For who? Sorry?
I didn't quite catch it. Current Echo.
Oh, right, okay. Increase your friendly minion stats 18 times. Oh, to at the end of your turn, do something.
Yeah. I'm starting to down my Rupatiti pick a little here. Eudora is so like...
Just kind of throwing darts at the wall and hoping something sticks.
Yeah.
Oh, Toxfin, okay. I mean, this is a strong turn with the option for another triple still available. Yeah, you could sell a couple more.
Is that a buffed pup pot? Pup bot is my pup pop.
Is that a buffed putt golf?
Wasn't in
I don't know.
for the red hand previously is a big question. And will he hold it?
Was he looking at Alley Cap for some more immediate tempo instead? Okay, I like this. I like this. And if it's not buffed, this way you get to buff the pup bot as well for another turn. This is very smart.
Yep, it's a little bit less stats than if that pup bot
Yes.
was buffed, but it's still a good amount with the Mama Bear, and it fills up the board at the very least.
Oh man, on the other side though, Who is this? Eastleaf. Yeah, this was my pick on the other side. Parting the kimono a little bit is to reveal my pick. Just maybe starting to get the motor running on Bran plus Murloc. So we could see he hit a Primal Fin Scout last turn. Obviously has the Bran ready to go. But still looking a little flimsy. 1 or 2 bad fights for Eastleaf and things could start to spiral out of control. But there's the framework for something very, very powerful there as we start to get another look here for Rupatiti at what he might be heading towards in terms of his direction. A triple into another Mama Bear or one of the power spot 5-cost beasts.
Dig.
Ooh.
And thank you, Saddle. The pup bot was buffed once, so now I believe it's been buffed twice. That was a big pup. Big pup. Okay, so I mean, we got the makings of a pretty good beast board here.
Yeah.
But no real direction between like leapfroggers or like Goldrin. Just going for like Mama Bear sort of tempo. Hey, you gotta look out, little look out with some poisonous going on. A little red hand buffed pup bot. Baron's gonna get a buff as well.
A little bit of room
next turn. Yep. Okay. Satellite.
I don't know what's going on here.
Did find the Executus, so there's a macaw in there.
So his quest is stolen gold, which is, a little surprising to see, having been lowered in the likelihood of being offered. But buy 12 minions, I believe, is the quest he needs to complete first, which I don't think he's any further than about halfway through from what I got a glimpse of there. So, with a relatively weak board overall, it's just these deflectors keeping him in with a chance here. Things are looking very rough for Satellite as his face says it all there, scrunching up his nose.
Yeah, but the parrot actually coming in clutch there.
That was huge.
The first reset on Divine Shields. I was like, oh, what's that parrot going to do? It's just going to summon some mechs. But the way he had it positioned immediately after Deflectobots got 2 Divine Shield resets on it because the initial one from the Macaw, that being the only death rattle, summoning the mechs, and then the Sensei at the end, then dying and getting it again. So offering some much needed power. Okay, Annoy module. Always good in his next build. Okay, Yanase, here we go. 40 health still.
Damn.
Murlocs again.
Again. Yeah, well, I'm guessing he didn't lose the previous fight, so yeah, Tortolan out of the running, but really just looking for a triple here. I mean, I would guess just to hit Bran again, I think. As is so often the case, feels like the best option.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say Swolfin's more immediate power, but he's at 40 life, so I think he can go ahead and take the Cool Ice here, start ramping up these Amalgams a little bit more.
Oh.
What the? That's already.
Is that a bait?
It's already golden on board. Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, maybe if the Rockpool Hunter that was on board was like not golden already, then you'd only need to justify buying 2, but it would literally just be to like dig for a brand and not for anything else. Okay, we got a Nomi. Recycling Wraith. Dazzling Elemental. This is the makings. It's not big yet, but...
Big Selly as well.
Quest for yellow here.
Oh man, this is like right on the border, isn't it, of whether or not it can be a good Nomi game. Like at my ranks, you'd be absolutely golden here. No one's playing well enough to out-temper you and kill you off. But when you're playing in Lobby Legends, this does feel a little bit like maybe you're a bit too weak.
Yeah.
Anima Bribe huge though, of course, to complete with the Nomi as well. This could be a monstrous power spike for yellow if he can survive the next couple of turns. This turn, even though it looks like a loss, essentially guaranteed. He will guarantee to survive, but then he needs to pop off with the elementals and the Anima Bribe in combination.
Yeah, it's got to be big. That was the last turn of, it was 5 turns of lowest to highest attack, which can be awkward, right? It can severely limit your combat strength if you're forced to order from lowest to highest, but needs to go big here. Because yellow actually, I believe, finished in the last lobby.
True.
Yeah, got 8
Yeah.
0 points. So not looking good already for yellow.
And oh boy, by buying these random
okay.
assortment of minions, I think we can see where this is going with the perfect minion to buff in that
Nice.
shop as well.
Yeah, but like it doesn't fit the game plan overall. But at this point, he's at
It's
4 health.
fine.
Just needs to do something. And
now,
biggest
yeah.
question is, what second minion do you finish on? Or do you, I guess has the free reroll from the recycling wraith in there. So can choose to buy it now, use the free reroll, and then play the water droplet to see what's going to be bought next turn.
Well, I mean, he was just thinking about whether or not he can buy another minion this turn as well, which he will be able to do, right?
Yeah. No
One
Murlocs
more
on board.
refresh. Taking the Nomi, yeah, I mean, a 13-16 about the best you can hope for. It's better than taking the risk on an elemental next turn.
Yep. Okay.
Ooh, all right.
I mean, it's a good position if yellow can live a couple more turns, because with the Anima Bribe and with Nomi, you can basically pick whatever minion you want in the shop and then just say, I'm that thing's going to be huge, right? Because your elementals are just getting buffed every time, and then every time you sell them, those stats are just being transferred to something that's in the shop. So, okay, this 2 poisonous or 1 poisonous there, okay, and this probably needs to cleave.
Oh, look at that. That's
Okay.
huge.
That's good. Stays alive.
Oh,
He gets
man,
a
like,
win.
yellow might be able to do this. I don't know. I mean, it's 2 very different questions of surviving the next few turns and then winning the lobby is an entirely different beast. But in terms of stabilizing for the moment, I don't know. This big Hydra might be able to get him there.
Yeah. What about 2 big Hydras?
I'm less interested in this one.
Oh, yellow's interested.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I was going to say it feels like he doesn't have enough LE-based stats to get there, but I guess if you just sell what you have on board, it does start to ramp up quite quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's just that the problem with this is that there's no real like gold cheat coming around.
Yeah.
There's nothing on board that's helping him outside of the recycling wraith, which really doesn't help with Anima Bribe in a sense, because you don't want to buff him in and then free refresh, right? They kind of have anti-synergy with each other. So there's kind of like this ebb and flow to it where you can collect elementals one turn and then buff a minion the next turn, right? Like you kind of go in and out, but is presented with the second Cave Hydra immediately in this shop, so just decides to go for it. But it's really just getting 1 giant minion a turn, which could work out, right? It could work out in the long run. Yeah. There we go.
Right, so these are some monstrous stats. His opponent is going to be Matsuri, who...
Ooh.
Man, this is a weird board, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's just no
Steel Tiger
poison.
Sapphire, but has the pieces of Poison Murlocs, but not the actual Murlocs.
Yeah.
This is interesting. But with the Steel Tiger Sapphire, I guess just having Divine Shields on relatively large things is fine.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But you have to just kind of settle to whatever's at the end of the refresh. Ooh, this might be the end of yellow, actually. I don't know. These Divine Shields, that's all the Cave Hydras are going to do, right?
That's big, though. Like, just cleaving off the Divine Shields is...
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You know, if you can get rid of 1 or 2 at a time of those... Oh, sorry, 2 or 3 at a time of those. That's big, big difference.
Yeah, these Cave Hydras just have to live, like, they just have to survive. Dazzling Elemental.
Oh,
Okay.
that's the hit. That's the hit. Even that's good, because it survives.
Oh, but it's got reborn. It's got reborn. Oh, no.
That's
Yellow.
so close.
Oh, wait. Sword went out, too, so...
Man, sword and yellow, both of the... Well, yellow, it's 0 points. Or, sorry, half a point after 2 lobbies. For sword, it's only 2 points after 2 lobbies. It's a disaster for both of them.
Yeah. All right, taking a look at East Leaf. Okay, this board is much more powerful than the previous ones we've seen. Again, sort of going Murlocs, but also just kind of for straight up power, right?
It's theater.
Yeah.
Imagine in 2022, the year it was released.
It's the only year. Just sitting there drinking tea.
Who does he think he is?
He's thinking some kind of tea master or something. All right, Light Fang. Okay. I thought it would be a Baron choice there, just so you could set up. And it looks like Yanase is not happy with. Got a little head shake there, because Light Fang just by itself right now is not really doing much. Yeah, it's just like +4/+4 turn, because there's only 2 different tribes on the board. So I probably would have took the Baron just to set up for the later stages of the game. But yeah. So it does have tiny henchmen, Yanase does. So I mean, like I said, the dopamine rush of stat increases leads people to do pretty crazy things. Like, already has tiny henchmen, and pretty much his whole board is Tavern Tier 3 or below. And it's like, I just want a little bit more stats, just a little bit more. So picks the Light Fang.
Man, here for Kuroneko, he's kind of met the absolute nightmare for this exact board.
Yeah.
Right? It's just infinite divine shields. Like, these are never, ever going to run out. And his pathetically sized minions have just met their exact counter.
Yeah, it's funny because it was around this time in the previous game that Kuroneko did this exact same transition.
That's true. Yeah.
To Poison Murlocs, but this time around is not met with giant scaling elemental boards that get ruined by even the tiniest of Poison Murlocs. It's met with a bunch of Divine Shields on random minions. All right, Rupatiti is going to fall. It looks like some form of Leapfrogger build. Let me go look at what the board was, the full board was at the very beginning. Maybe we'll stick on this one, but okay, it is Golden and Leapfrogger.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. You are. Sorry.
And a big Baron.
I think we might be about to lose the Brock, but
yeah. We need to find something reasonable to replace with a Baron's Blessing.
Let's go.
Let's go! Matsuri versus Yanase. Oh, come on, Softball. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got another poison in hand, right? Yeah, it's got to be Matsuri, right?
I don't know. Tiny henchman. You know how many stats that is? Everything but the Light Fang is tier 3 or below. I'm pretty sure I'm ahead in points, so you pick Matsuri, so my strategy is just going to be to do the same thing as you every time.
Oh,
yeah.
So toxic.
So I'll always be a step ahead.
This is my slipstream.
If this was a NASCAR race, I'm just drafting you right now. I don't know.
That is interesting strategy is all of NASCAR.
I live in Florida now. I have to love NASCAR. Something in the water.
Well, it's so big as well. Another Divine Shield on the Amber Guardian.
Yeah.
Nothing scares me.
Okay, 1 extra Divine Shield for Yanase, and then making use of the...
There's no poisonous.
Tentacly as well.
I guess the stats on Matsuri's side aren't like that big, so the poison doesn't matter too much. But
they're big enough.
Yeah, they're big enough. At least for like scaling for the future. I'm gonna want to get some poisons. I feel. Actually, nobody really has just like absurd amount of stats. I don't know. We'll see.
Yearning for simpler times, TJ.
Yeah. Back when stats were king.
Back when stats meant stats.
I'm so glad that I picked Matsuri. I'm so smart.
All right, that does mean Yanase and Satellite both falling by the wayside, and therefore both your and my picks still in the running.
Yeah, Eastleaf doing a little bit better though. However, I did pick Rupatiti immediately. I saw Eudora and I was like, insta. Okay.
My
Hasn't-
Dora.
The Rupatiti just hasn't improved at all. The board is exactly the same as it was 2 turns ago when we looked. It was turn 11 when we looked, and I'm pretty sure the board's identical.
Like the equivalent of parents coming home to a teenager like, have you even moved all day? Have you even got off the couch?
One more leapfrog, Ma.
You have any idea what your grandfather would have done for 1 leapfrog?
Walked uphill in Tavern Tier 2, both ways.
But shut up. All right, Eastleaf, my boy here, trying to figure out if this can counter all those divine shields, because the real missing piece for Matsuri was the poison to go alongside all that repeated divine shieldness. And I gotta say, it kind of feels close. You know, he's got big stats, which doesn't go for a lot.
He's going against Rupatiti right now, so it's just the beasts.
Yeah, okay.
Which I don't
Against
think
that-
the beast stats can scale enough.
They're not big enough to beat this,
They're
right?
they're not nearly big enough. That's not it. It's a big Baron, but it's not a golden Baron on the other side. So I just don't think the stats are large and in charge.
Oh yeah, it's not even especially large.
Yeah. So basically, what happened was Rupatiti got rid of the Mama Bear and put in a sparring partner. That was the change from the previous board. Yeah, it's not nearly enough. Ah, yep, there goes the Baron. Yep. All right, Derek, you got me on the bandwagon this time, but
I mean, it's a fine outcome from Rupatiti, right? After
2 top 4s in a row, yeah.
top 4s, yeah, exactly. That's perfectly decent. That's kind of what you're expecting with Beast, unless you hit the perfect leapfrogger kind of start. And with now just Eastleaf and Matsuri, I do want to say things are not looking fantastic for Eastleaf. I think all these poisons with a very creative Divine Shield engine, you know, a little bit more out there than just the usual Selfless Hero plus Baron. 3 poisons, potentially the ability to get 4 as well. I don't see this ending well for Eastleaf currently.
Yeah. I honestly don't even know what Matsuri is like kind of hunting for here.
What about this, right? You have the poison, the Toxfin on the other side, right? So you can sell the
Noil module, put a
Noia
Noil
module and the Wraith. Yeah.
and then put the Noil module on the Amalgam, and then
Exactly.
add in another Poison Murloc with the War Leader that's in hand.
I mean, I
Or
guess you could
you'd
hero
sell
power.
the Wraith and then Hero Power, yeah.
But I'm just trying to think if there's anything fancier that Matsuri can be working towards. That would involve ending the turn with like a 7/8 Toxfin on the board, which is very unimpressive, of course. And not, I mean, it might even be better just to sell it so you don't erroneously give it Divine Shield when you'd rather not. Okay, instead going with the second Muck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is interesting. I like this. Because the Selfless has been eating Devour buffs, it looks like, for quite a few turns.
Right.
So it may not it may need a little help. It may not die on its own. Ooh, so that McCall is doing nothing.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem with this strat now, right? Is that you just end up in a situation where the Divine Shields have nothing to proc, even.
Yeah, and Eastleaf does have a bunch of just like Divine Shield removers. The
Yeah,
Gas
yeah.
Coiler with Reborn.
That's huge. That is a
You can always get the dream of just, you know, double Leroy into double Leroy. Tunnel Blast. Tunnel Blaster. Okay.
That's sick. Look at that outcome. Yeah, that just wins now, right? Just about. Oh, one Begurgle in order to tie to win the fight. Just about.
Yeah.
That was a real nail biter.
Okay. So Matsuri, I think, ditched the Macaw here, the second Macaw, because it really didn't do much. Might even be putting the first Macaw later, and maybe looking for a Leroy to take out the Amalgam on the other side, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think are the changes that can be made. Still on Tavern Tier 4, but it's pretty easy to upgrade here, just the one. He's trying to think of what he can do. But I'm pretty sure that's it. It was just sort of wasted Divine Shields. Could also even look at trying to increase the stats of the Murlocs to try and fight better against like that Reborn Gas Coiler on the back end. Because the poison doesn't really do much, but having additional stats against whatever Death Rattle comes out could be the difference between winning and losing. A lot to be done. And for East Leaf, I mean, I liked how this performed last time, but you have to sort of think a step ahead and what Matsuri is going to do to kind of answer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if it's worth to go for Zap, because you could potentially snipe the Aura poison, I believe was a 2/6.
It was a 2/6, yeah.
Yeah. So if you can
Oh, is it a 2/6 anymore?
first.
Oh, 2/6.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's true. That was a big outcome, wasn't it? We're just ending up with another reborn parrot. 3 of them now. How many parrots do you need? Okay, huge 50-50 right out the gate here. Oh, but the Divine Shield's missed, which means one of the poisons down. At that point, you really have to be thinking no amount of Divine Shields can be enough for this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I won't say that. You can always get
one.
them,
Yeah, it's just one poison minion, right? So
yeah,
it's,
exactly.
ugh.
It would have to be some absurd combination of hits where it just keeps getting hit, Divine Shield, hit, Divine Shield, hit, Divine Shield over and over again.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be the case.
All right. So East Leaf gonna take down the game, and a much needed win after the performance in the game 1, where East Leaf finished what, sixth?
Yeah, joint
1.5.
7th. Well, yeah,
1.7.
joint 6th. Yeah,
Went 6th because we round up because we're, you know,
kind like
we're Battlegrounds lobby legends. We like to give players the benefit of the doubt. So again, a good points game for Derek and I in terms of Tavern Buddy. Derek gets the bandwagon pick.
after turn 2.
Turn 2, a turn 2 bandwagon winner. I picked a turn 1 bandwagon third.
You'll get points for that.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't know. Third's pretty cool. And also for fantasy, because we both have East Leaf on our fantasy teams. I also have Matsuri,
Indeed.
who finished second. So not bad overall. In terms of looking from the player's perspective and not from Tavern Buddy Points perspective, a couple players have to have a really good final game. Looking at Sword, looking at Yellow, and even to an extent Satellite.
Yeah.
Satellite got a 5th in the first game, and then I believe it was another. It was a 4th
The 4th, yeah.
in this game. So Satellite kind of
Definitely
top
still in
3.
the running.
Yeah. But Sword and Yellow, it's basically win or bust, and then even then, they need a little bit of help from the other side of the lobby, right? They need the players that are the players that are doing really well to keep doing really well, and the players that are sort of in that middle ground to have really bad games, because you want to finish in that middle, and so you know you're not going to be able to pass the players with a lot of points, like Matsuri and Yanase. So you want like Rubatiti, E-Sleep, Current Echo. I mean, Yellow is maximum now 7.5, so it's mathematically eliminated.
Correct, yeah. Yellow having no chance, just hoping to get a good game for you know, pride's sake at this point, more so than any chance of progressing further through the tournament. Sword, like you say, I don't actually know if they can make it right. Like, if Eastleaf gets exactly last, Kuroneko gets exactly 7th. Yeah, there's like some weird tiebreaker.
They would have, yeah. So they would have to. Kuroneko and Eastleaf would have to go out joint 7th and get half a point.
Right.
And Sword would have to win the lobby. That would bring him up to be at 9, which would be tied with Eastleaf and Kuroneko, right?
Yeah. Basically,
No, then they'd be tied.
It'd be tied
Because
right,
Eastleaf has a lobby win. All right, we'll figure it out. It's going to be crazy, but basically Sword very likely eliminated, but there's a very slim chance that could qualify. Matsuri Yanase in a good position. So we have one more game left for this lobby before we determine who's going to be moving on in that top 4 to the final lobby on Sunday. We're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into that. So don't go anywhere. More here for Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized. Look at all those Murlocs on the screen. I'm knocking down something and I kicked my camera. I got so excited about Murlocs. All right, we're continuing on with Group A here, Group 1A. And we're approaching our last game. So standings are starting to take shape. I'm starting to have the front runners of who's going to move on to the final lobby tomorrow. I think the big story right now is we've had Murlocs in both the games so far. So hoping to get a non-Murloc lobby to see where these players are going to go, because it seems like top 4, top 5 have all been any Poison Murloc. So I know Derek and I promised a lot of cool and crazy Battlegrounds builds that we're going to have today, and we haven't delivered. But alas, we are only as strong as our weakest minion type.
Too true. I think it's something that maybe Constructed could borrow. Like, we name the Masters Tours after whatever is most busted at the time in the game. And we could have, in the past, had, like, Masters Tour Kellerseth. Masters Tour Tunnel Trogon 1.
Masters Tour 4-mana 7/7.
Yeah.
Masters Tour Luna's Pocket Galaxy. That was like 3, actually.
Yeah, that was actually the Masters Tour's name, pretty much.
Yeah. All right. Getting in. Got a Barav. Tired Denathrius offered again for Yanase, but again, going to pick high armor. Going to pick the Sneed.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. This is more like it. And I think you can kind of feel it when the Murlocs are out of the lobby, right? Is that players are like, okay, the quests are going to be a lot more important this time around. So let's double down on those high armor tier heroes. And just look at what we got. This is going to be a very different game, as as I was alluding to. No Murlocs this time, TJ. We're going to have to see something different from our players now.
Yep. Haven't had Quillbores in any of the 3 games thus far.
Oh, yeah, true.
Which is interesting. These mechs have both been banned twice. So, but should be pretty exciting. We got Pirates, we got Elementals, which are, if you like stats. Oh, yeah.
I love
a treat. Do I have a treat for you? Haven't seen any APM Pirates at all. Ooh, what's the homes? This is the America's server, correct?
I don't know. Sorry.
So everybody is at a disadvantage when it comes to APM.
Yeah, it's true with an all APAC or China lobby.
Yeah, it is America's server. Thank you, Sottle, for confirming. Sottle's just everything. Sottle's he's spectating the match. He's showing us what he wants to show us. And he's also in our ears telling us exactly what to say at every given moment. Amazing.
Yeah. On an unrelated note, yo-yos are cool and definitely not a lame hobby to have.
Yes, Derek, I agree with you.
Meow.
All right. I just want to... We're just going to stay here to see if there's coins. Is there coins? Can I get a coin? Oh, yeah. Look at all those coins.
5 quid.
10 gold. I'm going on a shopping spree.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the classic Barov curve, right? It's just do stuff. Just spend your gold.
All right. This one is a little tougher. They picked Yanase? Okay. Yanase stayed on Tavern Tier 1, but so did Kuroneko, right? That was the options? Oh, no. Kuroneko went up to Tavern Tier 2. So Yanase and Tavern Tier 1 should be theoretically stronger.
Yeah.
So, especially given the
close.
game state. Yeah.
It is Mukla on the other side, which does get a fair bit of immediate tempo in the early game, but and as well with those nice death rattles.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to do my bandwagon. I believe you do too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't even know. I'm actually gonna go. Okay.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah. So I'll reveal mine. I went sword. Because Tess.
I have to say turn 4, don't I? You were like,
yep, I got it in
just
barely
sneaking
on turn 3. I got it in barely
Just.
on turn 3. Right at the end.
All right, I'll take it.
All right.
And
looking at
now-
a quest here for Matsuri. Matsuri, one of the points leaders.
Right.
Ooh.
Devil's in the details. Like, there's some synergy there with
Yeah.
Alakir, obviously.
Yeah.
Limited, but it's something. And like
Yeah, but-
20 friendly minions to die for Major Domo Executors is very steep.
Yeah. The board. Let me take a quick look at the board. Oh, there's nothing. It's not populated. Okay. There's nothing on board. Literally nothing. Abertured up last turn. Oh, what did he pick? I looked away for a second. Okay, did pick a Ghastly Mass. Okay, 20 friendly minutes die though. Like you said, it's quite difficult. It's going to be a long time, but Ghastly Mass is a pretty good reward. And
Oh yeah. Okay. And little shop as well. I
yeah.
feel like
Well, was
I
it-
might... Sorry, go ahead.
Was it? What was the Ghastly Mass minion though?
Major Domo?
Oh, it was Major Demo. Okay. All right, yeah, that's a pretty good shot for that. It's just going to be a while before it can make use of it.
Yeah, just buy them and then don't play them. Wait till the Major Domo. In 10 turns.
Oh, man. It works against each other. You want to save them for the Major Domo, but if you don't have minions die, you'll never get the Major Domo.
Oh, disaster.
Yeah.
Right out the gate, though, it's obviously going to be a fair bit of damage tanked for Atsuri.
Wait, what?
Okay.
That was Teal Tiger Sapphire.
That was Satellite. That was the other side. That was.
Oh, that was Satellite. Okay, sorry. Because Matsuri was offered Teal Tiger Sapphire and did pick it last game, so I got very confused.
Oh, TJ, are you a 1 in 3 gamer? Are you going to take the risk? You want that tasty +1, +3? Couldn't stop me. Oh, is it a level this turn? Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You just do it real quick. If it's the wrong one, you just refresh before anybody saw. Okay. Fine. Don't play the picky eater.
I think Eastleaf will be able to remember that one.
Okay. Take a look at current Neko.
Ooh, Yogtastic cookies.
Nice.
Now we're talking. Right, the condition to... Oh, no, sorry, obviously already completed. It's there on the side. Okay. All right, well, we got to stick on Kuroneko to see the...
I like how you
wheel
mind
being
went
spun.
straight to Yogtastic cookies.
Oh, is it tasty? Sorry, not...
Yeah, but now I know what you find, Steve.
I do find them tasty. It's interesting. It's like the
Subconscious.
the picture there of the... I'll wait until the wheel has been spun, but I have... going to say something about the tasties, but here we go. The wheel
Gonna
being
be
spun.
okay. Prizes.
Ooh, okay, not terrible.
Oh, those are
Pretty good, actually.
yeah,
A lot of extra gold to spend.
yeah, yeah. It's like 5 gold.
Yeah, you can fit in an easy level up to having tier 4, right? Give yourself a 5 drop. Huge, huge turn.
Looking for a Nomi. Ooh, wait. Tony Two Tusk. No, Tony Two Tusk.
Anything other than how cool his name is? What are you hoping to goldenify?
I don't know. Wasn't there a pirate on board?
I couldn't remember. I mean, I was thinking Myrmidon just because you can press the button, start spamming some bananas on it, and it's like
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. It is
comparable scaling, I feel like, to Urzul, but have to commit a little bit less to it.
Yeah, but Tony Two Tusk is the X factor.
Does have 2 tusks. Okay. Oh, it was captain. There was technically a pirate on board. Good job, DJ.
Yeah, I couldn't remember which one it was. It was the only problem. I thought it was the gambler, but I was like, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, and looking like Giannis on the other side, he's just playing for kind of like a pretty straightforward like tempo game, right?
As he well should.
Yeah, Tavern Tier 3 picked Red Hand, which is I'd say it's a tempo tempo quest reward.
I would agree.
It's just playing pretty conservatively, which is what you want to see when you're that far ahead in points. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That Curse of Flesh can be so annoying in the later stages when you're trying to beef up specific minions. But thus is the power of Xeron.
Again, a undeniable relative lack of direction right now for Rubin. But just decent stats for, again, turn 7. This is a pretty beefy board. And the extra gold that the hero power is going to afford him every single turn should be enough to see him through.
Yep.
For the moment, Kuroneko offered a Nomi on turn 7. It's like right on the border of acceptability, and I want to say probably a bit too slow, especially as, yeah, he's got the other Azul on board already.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, it's never late to go for a Nomi transition.
I don't doubt it.
You always
TJ.
know your next job to be just 5 elementals, right? Ooh. We got some coin action going on here. Rubatini covering one eye.
Maybe this will help me see.
Yeah, it's on a good pace for level. So in tier 5, like the board's not like particularly weak. It's generating a lot of money. With the death rattle plus the hero each and every turn, so it's been able to tavern up pretty quickly.
Well, I'm looking, I think, to be dealing a lot of damage here.
Ooh,
TT.
that's the makings. Look at that. Satellite on the other side. As an Eliza.
Yeah, yeah.
2 very small pieces of it, but hey, I can dream, right?
Well, you can dream. However, Satellite's going to be getting punched in the face as it's looking to be another scary game for him down below that threshold already on just turn 8.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Return. We spin
Again?
the wheel. Oh no!
I mean, it's just a lot of
I think
stats.
this is fine. Yeah.
Pretty good.
I don't think it really matters, or Kuroneko really cares about where the stats get shuffled, because right now it's just about the stats game. Oh,
right,
okay.
Matsuri tripling into another 5. Gets a Hogger, but with very limited synergy with the rest of this board. You're not ecstatic to see him at this point, are you? I mean, I don't know what the Murazond is going to offer, but I kind of feel like Hoggar might still be the pick.
The only one that, I guess not. Murazon's, they're all getting sold immediately. Like, too late to transition up. It's with nothing to follow it up. Murazon's just the most gold out of any of those if they're just getting sold anyway. So.
This is my realm.
All right, Sword, here we go.
Oh man, this was your pick, and he's starting to get somewhere right.
Oh,
he needs to survive a turn or 2. But this is potentially very powerful. With the Pilfered as well for just a bunch of triples coming in now. Oh my god.
Oh, gotta go. Gotta
Oh,
go. Gotta
man.
go. Gotta go. Put it on something. Woo. I mean, when you sit back and really look at this bird, there's not much going on.
But it was really flashy.
It was super flashy turn, but
Yeah, he
There's nothing
really has
happening. So,
one last turn to pop off.
yep. Maybe not. Maybe 2. At
If he's
11.
lucky.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. We'll
Oh, is
see.
that a
It's gonna be
golden hogger though? Oh man,
Oh,
this turn is
jeez.
about to be lit. A brand too. Oh,
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Go fast. Gotta go. What's in the box?
the no mean no shot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's never too late for a no.
Oh, this is so much APM he needs to do. You can get the Reef Explorer. Is it only Amalgam?
It's only Amalgam.
That's so funny.
So it's another gold.
Also golden. That's so
Oh,
sick.
jeez.
Oh, the golden brand.
Oh, jeez.
Just go. Just keep clicking.
It's just
Oh, the
clicking.
Tavern Tempest is so
Oh,
much money. And the Shell Collector. It's infinite gold.
The stats aren't going up, though. That's the thing.
Nothing's happening.
He's doing so much, and nothing is happening. Needs a Peggy or something.
This is like having $1 million in Monopoly money. It's not actually worth anything.
It's not actually worth anything.
Oh my goodness.
Another hogger. It's
Double
another golden hogger.
Oh, I really hope he stabilizes by
Just put
some
in,
miracle.
okay, I was gonna say, at least put in the salty looter or something, just to try and get some like stat scaling.
Or Divine Shield. I mean, he could go for like another minute here easily, right? There's just so much stuff. Oh, the Reef Collector. That's another triple as well. He just doesn't have
Out of time. Out of time.
Oh, he played that.
Didn't even
That's
get-
huge. That's huge. Being able to play the Battle Master with a golden brown on board is enormous.
Okay, and got the Leroy in too.
This was a pretty good pop-off turn. That was
Another
pretty
hogger.
sick.
Okay, the stats did increase actually pretty substantially.
It increased a lot. That was such a sick turn. Oh my god. This is a win now, right? The Battle Master just carries quite handsomely.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can get the attack up a little bit, it's going to be even better. But this board is not going to stand up.
Oh man, TJ.
Oh, wait, there's no Murlocs in
You absolutely made the right pick with Sword. This was such a winner.
Oh, Matsuri falls, and so does Satellite. Ooh, Satellite just needed like a top 4, but that probably won't do it. Matsuri should still be okay, I think.
I think Matsuri will be okay.
Placement.
Yeah, Satellite
The first
definitely.
2. Yeah. All right, he had to stay on Sword for the rest of the game. That's a 3 hogger.
3
Oh my god.
hoggers.
Oh,
This is getting
jeez.
ridiculous.
But where's it going? Again, I need to see some direction here.
Where does it come from and where does it go? Oh my god, the gambler's like 90 gold. Look at all the coins flying around.
But nothing's happening. It's just staying the same.
This is the biggest Rube Goldberg machine I've ever seen in Battlegrounds.
Just like go to 6
I mean,
or
okay.
something.
To be fair, no, sorry. This the strong arm, right, is going to give like plus 100
Okay.
at least, right? This
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot more stats. That's something.
All right.
Can he please level as well? This is stressing me out.
He's got 28 gold. There's no way you spend it in 20 seconds.
Yeah, no shot. You couldn't.
All right, he tavern tiered up at some point. We're just we're just desynced because it's not green anymore.
Oh yeah, true.
33
actually, yeah.
gold. 33. Oh my god.
How strong is this strong arm going to be?
Oh jeez. He's not even gonna play it.
He did, right? He must have.
All right.
Oh, that was like plus.
He's slowly
60 or
transitioning to just straight pirates, right? Picks up the
Yeah,
Peggy
yeah.
as golden pirates. How much turn did he end at? I didn't quite see.
How much gold? It was like 30 or something.
Okay.
I mean, he literally can't spend it quickly enough.
Yeah.
Man, look at that, and then that's Rupatiti out of the running.
Yep.
It was my pick for this round. The wrong one, undeniably. All right.
Here we go again.
Just go. Reef Collector, well, the Reef Explorer, we don't even want to think about that. Divine Shield, we'll take that.
Divine Shield, yeah. Tunnel Blaster, because why not?
Yeah, that's true. That's not a bad little tech minion to have. Oh, I dare you play Uther on your big hogger.
I finally got the Peggy in, so that's good. The little rag wasn't doing too much of anything, so.
I guess you take Baron as well for potential Baron selfless combo, especially as you have the Pilfered Lamps as well. I don't even know what's happening, man. This is absurd.
Oh, gold. It's a tripled strong arm too. Oh, 23 gold left. 45 seconds. Golden Peggy now. Oh.
It is just bananas. It's absolutely insane. I mean, we were told this, right? Wasn't Benish saying that Sword is known for his absurd APM turn?
APM, yeah.
And I mean, here it is on the wrong server, having to get that ping from across the world, and still you have pop-off turns like this.
Yeah. Picked. All right, now the stats are starting. Now the stats are starting to go up. Now we're talking. Probably he's going to end on Manted Queen.
I guess, yeah.
Literally can't spend the gold fast enough. Like, I pick Sword because Tess, I like Tess in high player lobbies because if you survive long enough, you're almost guaranteed to find some sort of direction and board. The Tess hero power is completely irrelevant right now. He hasn't touched it in like 4 turns just because of how insane this this situation. It's a full hand and like 50 gold. At this point, I feel like I want to get rid of the brand just because it's giving me a headache.
Yeah, it's just not worth it, is it?
Yeah.
It's like a billionaire saying, yeah, I just want to scale down, focus less on my material goods, selling like their 5th house or something. Oh, perfect.
All right, let's take a look at someone else. Oh, okay. So Yellow, who's eliminated.
Yeah. And does not have a hope in hell of winning this fight anyway.
Yeah. Whew. What can you do? This is much more my pace. I finally relax.
Like soft jazz.
Yeah.
I'll have to just thrash metal for 10 minutes.
Just a nice, steady, just, buy 3 or 4 minis a turn, Probably get like +10, +10 in stats across the board.
Yeah, I'm vibing.
20 seconds left, I'm done. Get back, take a sip of water.
Oh, look at that brand shell collector. What a combo, TJ. Now we're talking.
I know. Look at all that money.
Oh, and a Mirazond. That's free.
Wow. And we can end with a nice, respectable Wind Fury.
And while we can respect our hero for giving it his all in the face of insurmountable odds, yeah, they're insurmountable for a reason. What's happened on the other side of the board? Oh my god.
Oh, that's a gold
Blaster's just going to blow up the entire board. Oi, oi, oi.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, just absolutely nuked from orbit.
Yeah. I can imagine we're going to have a Barrow's Blessing this turn because it's probably the last turn we'll ever even be able to have. Well, he honestly lost against a Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to him, like obviously if he'd gone up against Sword any time in the last few rounds, he would have instantly got deleted, as he will here. I think he's done a pretty good job of tempoing his way through to this point, right? Oh, come on, Sol. Now you're just taking the mickey.
He had to do it.
He had to do it.
Time. It's only 2 players left. All right, there we go. Mine in. Don't even need to look. I just can't even keep up.
Just a
You can just see how different the pitting is on both sides.
Man, this is where you do, in a way, miss in-person events, because I would just love to see Yanase giving a Sword the side-eye, as he doesn't exactly know what's going on, but you can see the smoke rising from the mouse pad as the Sword's hand is just flying across it.
You just hear his breathing intensify.
Moving so fast, he starts to take off from his chair slowly.
Yeah. The question is, will he be able to deal C3? Just another double block.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Can we just replace this entire board with 7 gold tunnel blasters just for the meme?
Oh. The sad part is, I don't think with this outcome, Sword actually qualifies.
I don't believe so.
But boy, did he give us a showing.
Right, tunnel blast, get
Boom! Boom! It's just- the whole board's gone. His board has Divine Shield. Actually, is a lot of damage.
What's a lot of damage? Oh, what, you think it might be lethal? Close. It's not quite, but it is close.
Yeah, it's like 30.
He's already started playing.
Again. 25 because the Baron died at the end. Oh, whew, I can down now. Oh, yes. Those action movies where the protagonist was just in an epic battle and then goes in an elevator to escape the bad guys.
Yeah.
And the elevator music's playing.
Whereas on the outside,
Sword's, and he's the protagonist, but Sword, who's the villain in the situation, is doesn't even care about the protagonist. Is instead just going around like doing parkour off ours, practicing nunchucks in the middle of the street.
I mean,
Hitting random
it's
buckets.
appropriate. Yeah, it's kind of appropriate, right? Like, Sword just cannot even see Yanase right now. He's so much more powerful. He's like some Lovecraftian being at this point who can't even comprehend of Yanase's existence because he's so small.
Yeah. Like, just casually sells off when selfless, and then because of the quest, just finds it again on the same turn.
The client's just breaking. It doesn't know what to do. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
It'll take a second.
Yep. All right. Very good performance from Yanase. Will be placing points, I do believe.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Going for the Leroy out. Apologies.
Yeah.
On tap into 5 makes sense.
Yep. getting all Leroy's to spawn, but it's a slim chance. So, good try for Yanase, and great performance across the lobby today for the group. I believe Yanase will be first place in points from the group. Again, being first place in points versus fourth place doesn't matter. You still just move on to day 2. There's no bonus. There's no seeding because you're all getting thrown into the same place. And just a really cool performance from Sword. I like I said, I'm not going to say it for sure until we have the official standings. I don't think it's going to be enough because of how the first 2 games went for him.
Agreed.
But at least he went out with a bang, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was undeniably the win of the day so far. Like, the first 2 were pretty standard. I think it was still cool to see the... sorry, from Matsuri, the build with the Divine Shields, the Parrot was very, very cool, even though Eastleaf did end up winning. But I mean, that was just head and shoulders above anything else we've seen today. Such a cool win, done in such style by Sword. So even though I think we can be pretty sure he's not going to be going through to the to day 2 to fight out on Sunday, he can hold his head high after giving us a wonderful performance for us, and I'm sure all his fans of his stream as well.
Yeah. I think that's the first time I've ever even seen 3 Golden Hoggers on the same board. I've seen 2. But that's the first time I've ever seen 3.
I mean, that should be diamond, right? That should triple again.
Yeah. That's the next evolution of Battlegrounds. That's what Gia pitched.
Shh.
Sorry, I gave the grid. That's not true, by the way. So if they actually do release like some sort of diamond tier for a minion where you can triple a triple,
Hashtag blame Gia.
it could be Gia's idea, but I don't know that for sure, and it definitely wasn't because of me. So, all right, there we have it. We're going up to 9 points, but again, not enough. And so there you have it. We have Yanase, Eastleaf, Matsuro, and Kuroneko. All 3 of my fantasy team made it.
Fair play. Credit where credit's due. That is impressive, TJ.
Thank you. Thank you. Imagine that there's massive applause happening as we speak from the viewers at home. Who, if you copied me on my fantasy picks, well done. Well done. Chose correctly. But yeah, Yanase obviously having performance at a first, a second, and then a split for 4th. I believe is what 3.5 split for 5th. So, yeah, excited to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow once we go to that final lobby. Because obviously Yanase sort of catered his playstyle after the win in the first game. Sort of catered his playstyle, the high armor tier heroes, and just sort of started to play conservatively. And even with playing conservatively, still had consistent performances. Like that second place in the last lobby. If you look at his final board, it actually wasn't like this crazy board. But was still able to just consistently maneuver around into a position where he could actually get that second. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen when he's put in a position where it's all like a race to points, right? And a race to that victory. So, but we are finished now with our Group A, or Group 1, which means it's time for our halftime break. During this halftime break, we're going to get the Group 2, Group B set up, and then we'll have 3 more games for that lobby before we close it out for the day, and look forward to tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized. See you then. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized. My name is TJ, once again joined by the Derek Brown. And it's about time for us to jump into the second group of day one here for Lobby Legends. Lobby Legends number 7. Yeah, Derek. How you feeling? Nice little break? Did you get some snackaroos? Some sticker snacks?
I did get some Snickers snacks. Yeah, I had some Cheetos. Delicious. And
You had some what? You cut out some cheese?
nutritious.
That again. You had some cheese?
Those?
I
Are you
can
trolling
see
me, or am I actually cutting?
I'm not. It could just be me, though. We'll have to get a
Cheetos.
word. Oh, there we go. Now I understand.
Oh, okay.
It was only me?
Well, it's not only. Apparently, I was cutting out. Apologies.
Yeah.
I'll turn up my my Cheeto knob a little bit so that.
Yeah, just rub some of the Cheeto dust on the inside of the microphone.
Oh yeah.
The sound waves will be magnetized
That sounds right.
towards the Cheeto dust, because who isn't? Am I right? All right, let's get underway. Group B. We have Dapido, Sleepy, Penguin-san, XQN, Alucard, Senior Held, Mengjia, and YJNB.
Yeah, getting a little bit of the representation from Europe and Americas, which is cool to see. Alucard back in Lobby Legends from Brazil. Obviously, XQN making yet another appearance on stream. Just the runaway star of Lobby Legends so far, and really just a Battlegrounds in general, it feels like right now. Managing to hold down insane numbers of viewers on his stream, often with no mic, no cam, obviously, either. Just because of his unbelievably high level of play, permanently rank 1 on the leaderboard, and I think a player that you and I are obviously both expecting good things from here. But a lot of other talent here, both from our returning players like Sleepy, Dapido, and Senior Held as well, I believe, making a first-time appearance here.
Yeah, at least in the broadcast portion, Senior Held another one of those sort of ladder heroes. Looking to see if you can make it actually to the final day. We also have 3 returning players from the broadcast stage of the previous Lobby Legends, of Lobby Legends 6, and Sleepy, Penguin-san, and XQN. Sleepy and Penguin-san both made it to the final day, but it didn't really go too well for them on the final day, with Penguin-san taking 5th, Sleepy taking 7th. So all those players looking for a better performance than last time. In terms of like actual highest placements, Dapido is probably with back-to-back second places in both Lobby Legends 2 and Lobby Legends 3. Probably the one with the most consistent results, but has missed the last 2 Lobby Legends. So looking to kind of continue that success at the beginning. But there's my fantasy team for Group B. I have Sleepy, Penguin-san, and XQN. I basically just took the 3 players that had the most success in the Lobby Legends and called it a day.
Yeah, I was going for a similar strategy. XQN, as I've said, it's obvious why we're both picking him. Sleepy, I think, for me, was a player very unafraid of risk during the last couple of Lobby Legends that we have seen him play in, which, when I was casting him, did not work out especially well. He had a bit of a rough go of it, unable to make it through to day 2, I believe. However, I do think that eventually that style of play has to pay off, and I believe this is the time. And then Alucard, you know me, I'm a fan of a good meme, and the outpouring of support from all the Brazilian fans posting gifs of vampires and the such tickled my fancy, and so I had to go with him.
Yep. Meanwhile, I'm a big fan of... Oh. Sorry, I did not eat Cheetos. If I had, the Cheeto dust would have coated my throat and prevented that cough. I'm a big fan of penguins, right? So that's where my third choice comes in. Penguins, pandas, red pandas, any animal that tumbles regularly.
I can see that.
A big fan of koalas. Also known for a good tumble here and there.
A woodlouse. Would you be a fan of?
Don't know what that is.
You don't get them in Americas? The little bugs that like roll up into a ball and you find them under like wood and stuff.
Yeah, we just call them roly-polies.
What a goofy country. Yeah, that's one of your roly-polies.
Yeah, I mean, Google roly-poly, like, it's literally a classification.
Oh yeah, right, you are.
What's it doing? It's rolling around. Roly-poly it is.
Get it in the book.
We calls them how we sees them.
Yeah, we say it how it is. It's a Roleus Polius, Latin name.
We also we also named the red panda. There's just two guys. That's like a panda.
I mean, that's not even
red.
close.
They kind of look like pandas. They're not in the same family though, because they're not bears. Pandas are actually bears. Pretty sure red pandas are. Are they marsupials?
I thought they were bears. I thought that was the thing. They didn't look like bears, but they technically are.
Yeah, pandas are red pandas. Bears.
Interesting.
Raccoon. They're in the raccoon family.
I mean, they look a lot like raccoons, right? That's probably what I would have called it, a red raccoon. That's just me.
However, later geneticers placed red pandas in their own family. Okay. So they're mammals, but they have their own family. Interesting. Very interesting. Derek and I are quite obviously stalling because we're still getting the players ready to jump into the first game of this lobby. Saddle brings up a good point. The little paved area that you walk on the side of the street. What do they call that in the UK?
Pavement?
Like where pedestrians walk on the side of the street to not be in
Yeah, it's the pavement.
the pavement.
Yeah, not the sidewalks.
Aren't streets also made out of it?
Are they made out of pavement? I don't know. I didn't really. I guess paving. I mean, they're just kind of like concrete or asphalt, tarmac, depending on the surface.
Oh, you know so much about paved surfaces. I'm impressed.
I don't think that's actually true.
So much material knowledge coming out from Derek Brand here. Derek Brown. That's Derek Brown's brand, is just knowing a lot about different raw materials, you know?
Oh yeah.
What other raw materials do you know about, Derek?
What else do I know?
You know a lot about lumber?
Not big on lumber, gotta be honest. My granddad owned a company that made shipping containers, which is kind of like a raw material. It's maybe slightly manufactured, you could argue.
Well, they take raw materials and they manage them, right?
Yeah, that's true. Famously so.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody knows about it. That's how famous it is. You can go up to anybody, anywhere, and say, have you ever seen a shipping container? Chances are, they're going to say yes.
I'm straight.
That's how famous they are. I guess we could talk about Battlegrounds a little bit.
Yeah.
This is a Battleground stream. What do you want to talk
ground. I mean, ground is the rawest of material. Couldn't get much rawer than that.
I love
the way
some good
Mother
ground.
Earth made it.
Yeah, I do love ground. Also, all types of ground, actually.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the grassy type, the sand type.
Ice type?
Ice type, yep. Fire type. I'm California after all.
Ghost type?
Yeah. Psychic type ground as well. Love a good psychic type ground. Oh, ground type ground. as
Oh,
well.
now you're talking my language, TJ.
Yeah, just double down. This is really groundy ground going on. All right, this is Lobby Legends Murlocized. What's your favorite Murloc?
On the bottom here or in Battlegrounds?
Nope, just in Battlegrounds.
It's got to be Primal Fin Lookout, right? When you're going for a Murloc game and you find it and you've got the brand.
Wait, no.
Like,
It's like that's against the rules. That's like wishing for 1,000 wishes.
no, it's a Murloc.
Yeah, but it is also all the other Murloc.
Okay, sure. Well, my least favorite is definitely Murloc Warlord. Is that what it's
Leader?
called? War Leader, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Hate that one. Because it always feels terrible. Like when you play it and when you sell it, it doesn't do anything, right? It's got no battle cry or sell effect. Yeah.
Swamp
I
Striker
dunno.
is my favorite.
Bomb Striker? Yeah, that's a good choice. It's big, huh?
Oh yeah, it gets real big. Rockpool Hunter's my second favorite. It's respectable, you know. Goes well with the Swamp Striker. They're a good pair. I feel like you're the Rockpool Hunter to my Swamp Striker.
Oh, yeah. Both incomplete without the other. Together,
No.
not that great either.
Yeah. Together they're good, but then you look and you're like, I'm still Tavern 1. Like these two are pretty cool, but they're really not going to do anything without Toxfin, Soddle, or young Merc. Raven,
Raven is not young Murkai.
or Dolphin Lookout. Yeah. Or
Keep going.
Bertolin Blue Shell, Lorinda.
Not even a Murloc.
Not even a Murloc. All right. Got word that we're almost there with the players, so don't worry, viewers. Your pain will not continue for very much longer. Or Lorinda's, his will continue very much longer as well.
Jesus Christ. Not that old.
Oh, gee. I guess it's painful. He's not even here. I'm kind of yearning for some Quill Boars. I really am going to say. I believe it was one of the first 3 games that we saw in the first lobby. So,
What's your favorite type of Quill Boar? Is it the Gem Splitter, like Tavern Tier 3 and 4 kind of game, or up to get to 6 and then just like hit the powerhouse Quill Boars?
I'm a hard force menagerie gems. As soon as I see an Agam, it's never too late. Just like it's never too late to transition into a Nomi, it's never too late to transition to Agam. Agam Gem Splitter. Just you get the best of both worlds, right? It's literally you just don't spend any gold unless you're making a golden Gem Splitter or Agam.
Yep.
You just pick whichever Divine Shield minions you can, plop them on the board. Hopefully they're different minion types. And then Agam Golden Gem Splitter, boom.
Boom. I mean,
Game over. You're done. That's it. Comp
I'm more of a Gem Splitter ground shaker person myself.
Ooh.
Mainly because of the word ground in there, and it's me going.
Yeah. We all know how much Derek loves ground.
Love it when it shakes.
In fact, Derek is actually, his chair is on the ground right now. His chair is just sitting on the ground. His feet probably are on the ground as well. That's how much he loves ground.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
I like it so much. I had an extra layer of ground put in my house above the first layer of ground.
Yeah. You put in, you saw the ground, you put in some nice wood floor above that ground, and then you just piled some more ground on top of the wood floor. Just so you
Didn't
can
even bother
say,
with a roof. Or as I call it, the anti-ground.
Well, All you do is just, you know, you do a handstand and then you're like, I wish I could reach that ground up there. Or you get those sticky shoes that they used in the music video for Lionel Richie's Dancing on the Ceiling.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Camera perspective.
Yeah.
And then everywhere's the ground.
Yeah. With that attitude, the world is your ground.
Yep. As the old saying goes. As the old saying goes. Oh yeah, we were talking about before. Agam versus Ground Shaker. Yeah. Temporary stats, I hate them. Don't like temporary stats.
Permanent or nothing.
Never bought a Spawn and Azoth in my life. Unless I also had Caligosa. So, Caragosa? Whatever.
Taragosa?
Caragosa. There you go. I was mixing two minions together. I was putting two separate dragons together.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah. What else gives temporary stats? I hate temporary stats. Staff of Origination. Never get.
The entire Naga tribe, minion type, like that's just all temporary stats.
Never bought a spellcraft in my life. Not once. Not a single time. Except for the first week that Nagas were released. Then I only bought spellcraft.
Yeah. The
Like
stats were
everybody else that
temporary.
played Battlegrounds.
Stats were temporary. The MMR was permanent.
Yeah, that's how they made the slogan, Diamonds Are Forever. It was
Based
Life
on-
Hang Enforcer. They watched it, they're like, wow, those stats are permanent.
I'm gonna write a song called Diamonds.
And we're like, diamonds! Diamonds are forever! What a slogan!
All right. We're almost there. We've been told they're sat down. They're in the lobby.
We're almost there. This was one of those times where we were like, they were like right on the edge of, ooh, how long is this going to take to get the players in the lobby? Like, is it enough time to where we go to a break? Or it was right on the edge.
They were close, man.
Like if they thought the players were going to take like more minutes, we probably would have just gotten out of here 15 minutes ago when we started rambling. And we're in a game. Ooh.
All right. Boston win. I know you've been hyping him up.
Yeah. Time to take some tumbles. 3 no armor heroes offered right away for YGMB.
I see.
I'm between Master Win and Gallywix here in terms of what I think, especially for first game of the lobby when you can, you know, play a little fast and loose. I think those two have like sort of the highest ceiling. And Panda it is. Okay.
And it ends up being the only
Galakron
armor hero. Very spicy to see.
Yeah.
As yeah, first look at Galakron as well. Pretty cool.
Yep. And a Lich? Okay. All right, what do we got here? Murlocs banned. Quillbore in. We're golden.
Oh, the perfect lobby, TJ.
The perfect lobby. Blood
Alright,
gems.
well,
Oh, permanent stats. Yes.
Yeah, guess a pretty useless hero power on the first turn there for
Yeah.
YJNB, but no worries. You can continue just discovering a new one as the turns go by. We got what XQN is that on Barov, which I would imagine means a lot of gold to be working with.
Ooh.
Pretty nice time to get reform if you don't want to go for the traditional just leveling on 2 curve,
Yep.
which I think I'm a fan of. Oh no, okay, well, I'm just ignoring it.
Oh. Okay.
Fair enough.
Fine. Jeez.
Calm down.
All right, senior held. We got the Lich action going on here. Already found back imp. Pretty strong right now, actually.
In the name of magic,
Yeah,
I
deviating
will
away from
punish you.
deviating away from the level on 1, level on 2, potentially level on 3 if you really want to curve, and instead just buying up some minions on this turn, getting some pretty nice synergy, you know, in terms of quests. That's potentially death rattles activated, that's minions summoned, that's minions dying. Having these death rattles that summon more minions does open up a lot of potential to get some quick quest completion.
Yeah. Gives him options going into the quest selection next turn. I actually do not know who to pick for...
Oh yeah, again, I forgot.
And why? I don't even know. I'm going to take a risk here.
This
We'll
is
go with
obviously,
Penguins on.
once again, for your bandwagon pick, which we can do. And you can also do at home if you're watching on Twitch with the Tavern Buddy extension. Just guess who you think is going to win this lobby at the start. And you will get points if you were correct. And you can climb up the leaderboard, get yourself some bragging rights as the most knowledgeable Battlegrounds viewer.
Yep. I went with Penguins on just because I love Galakron. I feel like potential's really high. Especially if you go for like just a really quick Tavern Tier 6 minion. Which it looks like Penguins on is going for. Still on Tavern Tier 1. And now, some quests. Evil Twin refreshed 14 times. Hello.
Man, I gotta say, I was kind of looking at Staff of Origination there because I think it was like add 40 cards to your hand. Oh, sorry. I guess he just gets a very nice, easy quest completion with this one, and it is just so much immediate tempo. But adding cards to your hand is obviously a lot quicker with Barov with all the coins you get. But I couldn't quite see how many pirates were available in the shop.
Did have good dragon start, and Staff of Origination goes up in power level when you factor in Terragosa, right? So
True. Yeah.
I would have thought about that one as well. All right, that was a smoking gun pick, I believe.
And a gorgeous start here for Penguin San in terms of the triples obtained. Were he to find himself another Elemental, he could get 2 triples with the Selly and then the droplets too, which would be pretty cool.
I'm not really a fan. Smoking gun again, highest tempo one, but it did get brought down from 5-4 attacks, so it's not quite as strong. But both the others were Alter Ego and Teal Tiger Sapphire, which just are generally considered weaker, right? So, or at least harder to make use of. Gonna freeze for a triple. What was the quest?
For Dapido, it's not locked in yet. Sorry, summon 14 minions is the condition, at least.
Okay.
Again, yeah, for all our viewers who are new to the Lobby Legends broadcast, ever since quests have been added, we're kind of having to hodgepodge it together a little bit as to how we get the quest presented. It's quite difficult to do across all the different perspectives, but we will, as soon as we have the information, fill you in on all the quests that our players are moving towards. For Dapido at the moment, though, he does get himself obviously a pretty nice bit of direction for the next few turns with the triple potential. I would say ideally for a 5. I think you'd probably rather buy something else and go a bit quicker. But again, I mean, hey, what do I know? I guess at my rank you can get away with it. Here, though, the players are just playing for much more quick tempo.
Yep. And again, I think we're going to be seeing sort of, probably, yeah, most options for scaling here because of the golden that's on board. We're going to be seeing a lot different sort of style, I feel, today, as opposed to what we're going to be seeing tomorrow, where players are going to be playing a little bit more higher tempo today, just because there's more benefit to just placing top 4. And then towards the later stages tomorrow, when players start to get closer, start to lobby and check, then we're going to be seeing more of the high risk, high reward. So XQN still on Tavern Tier 2 here. So either playing more for tempo or has not been getting as many of these guesses correctly.
Yeah, possibly not. But he is going to be starting to spike pretty heavily now in terms of power level with red hand completed and a card in hand. Doesn't really matter what it is. Hopefully with a correct guess he'll have the money to level up as well. And he can really start stabilizing.
And I think we saw it briefly earlier, but I believe Penguin San on the Galakrond stopped at 4
Okay.
with the hero power.
Yeah, with just the bonker.
Yeah, with just a
High
bonker.
tempo again.
Yep.
But I guess with the fact that he had a triple, I think guaranteed at that
Elemental.
point. With
Yeah.
exactly the 3 droplets, he has, he's given the incentive to play for a bit more tempo, and then he can get himself the 5 or 6 drop off the triple instead of discovering it from the hero power, which does make sense to me.
Yep. And now could go sell. Then, okay, going for 5.
Ooh, Lightfang's not
It's
bad
early.
at
Yeah.
this point. Like,
It's
Bonker is a
early.
fantastic minion to give those stats to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Peggy, while tempting, not quite strong enough of a direction. Azul, though? Oh, okay.
Probably just going to hero power that again next turn and see what's in the box.
Makes sense to me.
I mean, it's a relatively weak board now. Should be able to complete the quest next turn for Penguin. 2 more minions
yeah.
to die.
And then Smoking Gun, is it he gets? Okay.
Yeah, which,
Pretty good,
just help
again.
get the early game. Yeah, Balker's going to get 2 attacks here, which is good. Ooh, maybe potentially even more. Probably not, but
It's possible.
if this hits Lightfang. There you go.
Okay, decent
blood
outcome.
gems.
Yeah, for
Yep.
Penguin San. He's got some health to work with, some blood gems now as well. The quest completion gives him a little bit more time as well.
All right, let's see. Ooh.
A light fang, but we don't want to focus on that too heavily, right? Maybe it is Eliza, though. There's some pirates on the board there, right?
Yeah, there is.
Got Peggy. You could even take Pip, potentially, as well.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it is Eliza.
Oh, no, it's not Peggy. Sorry, that was previous board, right?
The Yo-Ho Ogre.
Your fortune. The odds are in my favor.
Yeah, well, all in all,
And a bank hold from the Gambler as well.
big turn up in tempo right away. Whereas Alucard, a player we haven't seen all too much, hovering around there in first place right now. And a quest and a hero power working together pretty beautifully, right, TJ, with the whelps getting that extra attack buff as well. That's lovely.
Yeah, and looks like none of those were like particularly good at all, but Ring Matron just like the most raw stats. Let's pass up so much Dragon Synergy. There you go, on board.
Yeah, I mean,
So, could look something, but honestly, the board doesn't seem that strong, right?
that's the thing. This combo has been seeing him through the first 5 or 6 turns very, very happily. Now it's not going to do that anymore. Now it's time to obviously sell off these weak minions, stop rolling so much, and just like get some better minions on the board immediately before you start just hemorrhaging health total.
Yep.
But it's still good enough for now, right, to win him this one.
Yep. Just because of the synergy with Death Row minions plus the quest plus the hero power. So recognizing the game state pretty well, now needs to start positioning into something more powerful, like you said. So, all right. That messed me up. Just went right back to Alucard. It did the transition, and then we went to the same player. All right, here we go. XQN. Had the red hand.
With a Theatar as well.
Theatar in hand.
Yeah, a golden Irel. This is a menagerie player's dream come true, right, TJ?
Oh, this is... Oh, yeah. This is good spear. Some good stuff. Can I get an Agam?
Got my permits.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, right? Just turning the shop into a whole bunch of jugs, really.
Yep. All right. What about like coin hero power or triple coin something? I don't think so.
Yeah, you could like sell coin, release.
Ooh. Okay. Alucard, high health, hasn't taken damage.
Ooh, going for a 6. Fair enough. I mean, if he'd lost the last fight substantially, I think he would have to go for a little bit more tempo. But like you say, he's just riding the fact that this has such beautiful synergy between his hero power and his quest.
Yep. And was up against YGM, who we haven't seen in a little bit. Also has an Eliza. And just going for stats. That's what it looks like, so. Oh, Teal Tire Sapphire. Yeah,
It's actually
gonna lose.
really close.
Yeah, it's not going to take that much damage at all. Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot closer than I expected, especially given holding a minion completely. Only going to take 8, so basically just going to rip off the armor. But he's going to be able to go up to Tavern Tier 5 here, get a 6 with this triple. See if we can find somewhere to go. Oh, we got some tasties. And we're back. Thank you, Subtle. Love me some tasties. Was that the? I'm guessing that was the first turn that the quest was complete for the. Yeah. All right, Toki hero powered into Eliza that turn. There's a little note from Sottle. So that's where the Eliza came from. So pretty big deal. All right, is going to go with Imp Mama in this situation. So looks like he's going to go on the demons, trying some more on Smoking Gun plus hero power. I don't think any other options gave too much in terms of, okay, I can build my entire comp around this. Just going to focus on staying strong for now. And still should be a pretty good situation. Going to decide what to buy from the shop, if anything, or to go for a reroll. Technically does have one more reroll left because could just sell off a couple things. Oh, wow. Okay, and is going to go sort of full in here with demons and try and get, so it's going to be a board space down. But at least that board space will be taken up by the Mama again. So not too bad. Pretty good position for Alucard still, I feel, especially given what he's managed to build with just demons, a lot of death rattles, a lot of summon effects, soul juggler, a lot of things to sort of pick apart enemy boards until he gets more, just a little bit more kind of raw power. So nice little board. You want Penguin's on the other side. Eyes up Baron, Lightfang.
Yeah, he's popping
For a
up.
lot of power. Also has the potential to transition into some type of Exodia, which is already kind of there in a sense. It's not Exodia.
That's true. Yeah,
Nice
yeah.
little combo to be able to gain stats. Oh, welcome back.
Point. Yeah, sorry, I don't really know what happened. I just phased out of existence. Man, that is a pretty hefty defeat, though. That's going to be the full 15 for Alucard. But I think, however, TJ, speaking of well, moving the conversation over to puzzle box outcomes, this is turn 10, and no one is dead yet.
So what was the puzzle box question? Was it someone needs to die before turn 10 or on turn 10 or before?
I think it was they just need to survive till turn 10.
Will a game go at least 10 turns without an elimination? So yes,
So
I
someone
believe
has to survive this as well, or
game go at
that's
the
impossible.
referees
That's never gonna
let the
happen.
referees take a look and let us know if this is a yes for that puzzle box question.
All right. For right now, though, pretty spicy combos happening now for Dapido. Doesn't want to make room for the recycling Wraith. yeah, I guess he's just really hoping to hit exactly triple on the Major Domo beforehand. Wow, doesn't want the recycling at all. That is a little surprising to me.
Going for ground shaker. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look
That's
at
a
that.
ground
Look at all
shaker.
those. Look at all those tribes.
That's so good.
Those minion types. Oh my
Nice
goodness.
save.
Yeah, I know. I can't get it out of my head.
Me neither.
I would like to see this ground shaker substitute for an Agam though.
Ideally.
Ideally, yes. Indubitably. This is my kind of build though.
Divine Shields.
My kind of build.
Pigs. Ooh. Well, there you are. You're talking about that ultimate combo. It's coming together pretty quickly.
Oh yeah.
I don't
Wait.
think it's big enough to beat this, but he's going to survive the turn. Is
Oh wait, that's perfect.
Penguin Sam.
I was like, we got Divine Shield, so it's not going to die. So it's not going to continue buffing the minions. But then it got killed. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to get a couple more blood gems. Doesn't look like going to take too much damage, depending on this wall. No, okay, the wildfire armor is not going to attack. Okay,
Nice win.
That is a good bit of damage, actually.
Yeah, good win for Meng Sha to stabilize a little bit, slow that bleeding, as we get a double elimination at the end of turn 10 with Senior Held and Dapido both taking the loss. It's going to happen a lot when you're going with Bazile. It is very much that kind of hero that you take so much damage at the start, you have such little wiggle room, but I still respect the aggressive strategy. As now we're taking a look at Sleepy here, going pretty all in on an anima bribe strategy with splashing elementals as well, obviously, with the dazzling elementals as well. This is a good one. This one's a little bit more tough.
It feels like Penguin San didn't really get that much stronger and just lost. I don't know if he has enough just stats to compete with Sleepy. Is the Dragon's also going to get a dimension at the beginning? Is that going to matter?
I think that's pretty relevant, right?
Sleepy.
Find me both.
Copied me.
Mine's on first on my one. I'll send you
Quickly, you have 15 seconds left to get your Barov's Blessing winner in the Tavern Buddy extension. Go, 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 go.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a 38-34 light spawn as well. That's really big.
Your forces are
Yep.
no match for the Guardian.
But we shall see.
Yeah, there's also no Gar, so you're only getting 2 pirate spawns. It's
exactly.
really not buffing the board like that much. That's a pretty good hit. That's one of the ones that kills. You're gonna get 2 Divine Shields again. It just doesn't look like it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, it's not a billion miles away. Yeah, kind of. But a big win there for Sleepy, of course, to stay in. Another bit of pressure for Penguin San as well, who after taking 2 losses in a row is now very much in the elimination zone on taking another loss. Needs to find some other pieces of this very risky combo he's gone for.
Yeah. Oh, Alec gonna call. Overall, not a terrible result for Alec. I guess it is. It's not that great. It's 6th.
I mean, he just missed out on the synergy, right?
Yep. And
well, not the synergy, on the discovers, right? He tripled a couple times and just really didn't find anything worth going in on.
Yeah. Had to go for an Imp Mama and then try to transition into a little stronger of just like a demon board, but it's not powerful enough unless you commit to it much earlier than that. Or find something much earlier than that. Okay, so XQN doing quite well. Is going up against George, so Tunnel Blaster. Soto gave us a note earlier that's how XQN was able to beat Mengsha earlier, was with just a Tunnel Blaster to remove all the Divine Shields. So going with that strategy again, has a lot of stats. Looking pretty good. That Theotar's doing some work, it seems.
Yeah, the Theotar is good and, you know, unusual, but not too surprising to see Theotar putting in work. Still having a golden Irel is pretty surprising to have at this point in the game. Usually that's, you know, very much an early game unit. But I think we can quite clearly see that unless this Ground Shaker is absolutely enormous, which, to be fair, it kind of is, I think the Tunnel Blaster should be enough to take this one. It's really
a lot
close.
of stats.
It's a lot of stats, isn't it?
A lot of stats. But not a lot of health. See? Ag him. You just got to go ag him. Permanent.
Oh, man, it's really tight.
Oh, 58 health. And they have 57 and 56 attack, respectively. So it's going to tear off both. It's going to kill both of these.
Oh, yeah, that's the difference maker.
It's a 1 health difference. Oh, and it's going to be a loss.
Just takes it.
Go out. Oh, no.
Man, that was really close.
1 health difference.
Man, last couple turns, players have just been falling like flies. As a very well-played mid-game here by XQN manages to see him through to the top 4. Penguin San as well,
oh, no,
taking the loss there. 3 Ls in a row as he just, well, didn't find the Khadgar, didn't find the Golden Eliza, didn't find the Golden Baron. It just wasn't presented.
It's a big risk to try and
It's
like
really
commit
big
to like the Pirate Exodia build without having like all the pieces, right? Because it just feels like you're rolling for nothing each and every turn. Because if you're going for commit to that build, you're essentially, you know, you're not making your board stronger each and every turn because that's just not what it does, right? You're not spending gold on buffy minions because you're just trying to find the Khadgar, trying to find the Golden Baron. Tony Two-Tusk tuning in sometimes, right, to try and get the Golden Eliza early. But just also wasn't far enough up in Tavern Tier. Got one Tavern Tier 5 pretty late, all things considered.
Yep.
Being committed to that build. So down to our top 3, YGMB, XQN, which was your bandwagon pick. And then Sleepy are the players that remain.
Very nice synergy, of course, here for YJNB between the Demons and the Sapphire, allowing him to chomp up some bigger stats. Unsure, it would seem, whether he should go for the double Manted Queen, as of course you'd be losing a Quillbore, which decreases the number of mutations you're getting on that existing Manted Queen.
Yeah. Oh, what happened here? Just a transfer of stats, basically, with Anima Bribe.
Yeah.
With what happened.
Not really the gold to make it work right on that turn.
Yep.
I think he just loses a little bit too much.
Yep.
Divine Shield on the Paragosa? No, it just misses again. Yeah, and then it loses it anyway. It appears close, but yeah, I think the stats for
Oh, no. Okay.
XQN
Well,
just edging it out.
yeah, it's a loss, but still alive. So Sleepy now has another turn to work with. And with Anima Bribe, when your stats start to get this big, this feels like that power sort of compounds on itself, right? So could go for a pretty big boost in strength here. And we'll be up against YGMB going up next. XQN's going to be fighting the Ghost. YGMB,
Yeah, really just...
oh yeah, did have the demon build that we just saw.
Everything just so close to working out here for Sleepy. Like, if you knew that these stats from the Anima Bribe were going to go to either the Elemental or to the Spawn of N'Zoth, then you'd go for it. But without knowing that, you just can't take the risk of losing so much stats, I don't think.
Yeah. Ooh, YJMB kind of torn here. Still 9 gold left to spend. I mean, I feel like the strategy is just roll down. Like, it just
try and hit the Fellbat.
No, just don't even look.
Oh, right. Just roll until to get max stats. Okay.
Max stats. You just don't look.
I mean, he agrees. He's just beefing it up as much as possible. It is big. You do get a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, the fact that you have 2 Fellbats is really not doing anything, unfortunately. You'd love to golden that up.
Yeah. The Mana Queen is quite interesting because that's a Charlga. So, at least 2 minion types now going at it. Yum. Big.
Yeah, big, and I think big enough to beat this. Maybe not with all the divine shields. Actually, they are pretty big, huh?
Yeah, no, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's just too many VTs.
Yep. The old
Oh, that's huge.
AVT, as to say.
I mean, in Battlegrounds, it's actually true. Unlike Standard, where it's the exact opposite of what you should be doing.
All right, YJB, a little bit too strong in just the stats department. So Sleepy will fall, but gets that third good start to this lobby in game 1. And XQN is up there as well. And fun fact, I don't know, I think I'll told me not to mention this, but XQN has yet to get to it on day 2 of Lobby Legends. Has qualified for every single one, and the last 4 has actually made it into the broadcast stage. But 5th, 6th, and was his finish in. So start off a win here would be a pretty big deal, because you really got to try hard to knock day 2 if you win the first game of the lobby. So.
Yeah, now finally moving over to get that second Manted Queen down. Looking at this Leroy as well, I think it's pretty smart because, again, you know, you have more than enough demons with both the Fellbats to get all the minions in the tavern eaten.
Yeah.
As I mean, it's been a pretty simple strategy here for XQN. He hasn't shifted out any of his minions, and he has just been turbo cycling with Theatar, getting rid of the Urel, obviously, in favor of just another Theatar. And he's just straight up hoping these are big enough. Very simple.
Yep.
Betting on himself. Oh yeah,
betting on himself.
Got to back yourself.
Nothing to really do. It's worth more than a refresh. So this is pretty cool though. At least ending on the D9 to be able to get the Divine Shield. A lot of those little Divine Shields. Oh, the Leroy lives.
Pretty nice for XQN. Oh, that's a terrible value trade though.
Oh, that's not a good Divine Shield either. Oh, that's not a good hit.
Oh man, I was so close, TJ. I so almost made the right pick. I mean, it's not unwinnable for XQN here, right? Like these stats were not out of this world. He knows there's a Leroy on this other side now. If he can find himself, I don't know, what does Tunnel Blaster do anything?
No, it does nothing, right? There's no Divine Shields on the other side except for potentially the Mana Queen, but it was a single minion type Mana Queen the last turn.
Yeah.
Leroy. And there's a Leroy. So
we're just looking
try and get your Tunnel Blaster to attack first and go for like a 50-50 to snipe a Leroy.
Right.
But I think like Golden Theatar just around. But honestly, I don't think you're keeping up. Even if you get a Golden Theatar, you don't have enough gold to buy enough like no type minions to be able to match the stats of the Sapphire demon comp that YJMB has right now, where every single turn, each of the demons that he has basically gain like +12/+12 in stats.
Your alternative option is more Divine Shields with a Baron Rivendare, or Poison with a Manted Queen would be probably the best card he could get, right? Leroy is on the edge because it's only ever going to be a 1-for-1. And, you know, how do you position it? Do you just take out the Void Lord? Or do you try and get a little bit more sneaky with it? It's a little tough.
He's freezing the board.
And it's just going to get launched.
That Fellbat's going to dodge. Oh.
What, all eight munches? Oh, no, sorry, 10 munches.
There's only... No.
There's 2 Fellbats.
Just freezing.
That was just for no reason.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot there was 2 film pads. I was like, oh, jeez.
Ooh, okay, good first hit for XQN. The Leroy not taking down anything substantial. That's obviously a pretty disastrous one, though. Oh man, the
live with
differences
4,
are
and
so
live with 4.
close.
Okay, that was.
Oh, that's a big lift, though. Oh,
I don't know.
no. Oh, so close, TJ. An exact kill for.
That's dead. Yep, exact. Yeah. All right, you were so close, Derek, but YGMB is going to take down the first game. XQN a very close second. It did some pretty good things actually. Almost single-handedly took out Mangja because it was able to find Tunnel Blaster, faced George again 3 turns later, and hit another Tunnel Blaster to be able to knock the Divine Shields. Mangja was on the verge of being really powerful, I feel, because it was getting a ton of blood gems with the gem splitter each and every turn, and starting to ramp up. It just ran into XQN's Tunnel Blaster twice, barely lost in both times. So pretty insane outcome there. But I think XQN had like a nice little scrappy mid game to try and settle on the Theatar comp, and then went for, again, a sort of this scrappy menagerie style in the later stages. So fun game, much pace than what we saw from the first lobby, where our first 2 games started off with just the top 5 players all playing Poison Murlocs.
Yeah, it was kind of the story of lofty expectations, but most players not really reaching them. We saw Senior held on the Bazial, which is an inherently very optimistic hero. You know, you're hoping to just ramp up really quickly in terms of levels and hit some powerful minions. That didn't work. Alucard getting a 6-drop on the Onyxia, that didn't work. The Murazond, oh sorry, not Murazond. Why am I blanking on the name? Upgrade the minion with your hero power.
Galakrond?
Galakrond, yes, sorry. Galakrond missing out on the combo pieces necessary to get Exodia online. So all very close, but no players really trying to, really able to get their ultimate combo online. And it leads to an interesting little breakdown here in terms of the points. XQN looking in fine form to make it through to day 2. Don't want to curse it. Not going to say anything too optimistic or too pleased about it quite yet, but a very good start for him. And for my picks in general, with XQN and Sleepy both getting it done so far.
Yeah, but I got you beat a little bit because you have Alucard as your 3rd, and I bet on once again. This is
top 4.
3 out of 4 games that we played today. All my fantasy team has been in top 4. So I don't know, Derek.
Yeah.
When we reveal the points at the end of the broadcast, I might have a little bit of an edge. We shall see. We shall see. But, you know, before we leave for a few moments while we get ready for the next game, just a reminder, if you're just now tuning in, a big part of today's broadcast, Eric and I talk about the Tavern Buddy extension if you're watching on Twitch. And you can compete in the little games that we have going on, specifically the ones that happen in-game. Bandwagon, you can pick who you think is going to win the lobby based on the first 4 turns. The earlier you pick, if you pick on turn 1, you have the potential of earning more points than if you pick, say, on turn 4. And then, of course, our Barov's Blessing, which happens once a game, where we pit 2 players head-to-head, and you have to pick who's going to come out on top. And there's the fantasy picks. No surprise there to see XQN and Alucard at the top. If you take a look at social media, those seem to be the players that have the biggest followings. And I guess Sleepy in 3rd as well. And YGMB, not many people pick him for their fantasy team, but wins the first game. Nicely done.
Yeah, pretty spicy stuff. And I think just overall very well played by YGMB. Like, it felt like towards the end there he was maybe a little bit unsure on the Mantid Queen playing, how that exactly should be done. But overall, I just thought it was like a classic combo, right? The Tiger Teal Sapphire and Demons just working so nicely together. And in a relatively low power level lobby overall, he was maybe a little bit lucky to get first place. But you know, that's definitely the kind of lobby, the kind of board, sorry, that you can expect to finish top 3 with very easily.
Yeah, that's right. But we've reached the point where we need to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the second game for Lobby B here, for Group B on day one of Lobby Legends Murlocized. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized. My name is TJ, and that is Derek Brown. And we're past the halfway point now, Derek. You don't get to experience my excitement for halfway points very often because we don't cast together very often at all. They don't dare risk putting us together, especially for an entire day of a format that we don't usually cast. But they have. And it's going to happen again and again because you're the greatest of all time, Derek.
Thanks, Teach. Appreciated.
This is where you wait patiently for a zinger. But I don't have one. Gonna be
Nothing?
today.
Now I'm more nervous that you're building up to an ultimate zinger.
I'm playing in the long game. Wow, we're in the game already. Look at that. I was so accustomed to having to wait 15 minutes for the players to finally get ready. But now they're ready. Very interesting options right out the bat for YGMB. Did win the first game, so can take it a little bit more conservative and pick like Galakron, who's a high armor hero with actually a lot of potential to have top placings. Could go with Raw Power and go for Hook Tusk. Or could find a nice little middle ground with Zephyrus. And the decision is agonizing. He can't decide.
Yeah, it's actually a really tough selection. I think like the safe pick is just Galakrond. It's like, you know, as we talk about so often, one of these high armor tier heroes that's so valuable right now. I am personally a Zephyrus believer. I do really like playing the hero, but I know that's very much personal preference rather than necessarily high power level. As the first couple of options are presented to Penguin Sand, spend 30 gold is very, very expensive, isn't it? Especially with like no elementals, no murlocs, and no pirates, which means Celemental, Tavern Tempest, Tad, Primal Fin Lookout, and of course the Gambler as well. Like all these minions that let you spend gold more efficiently are out of the game.
Fair points, Derek.
So instead, we're going to see Penguin Sand looking for Quillbores and Mechs. You know, there's some inherent synergy between the two once you hit Tap and Tier 3.
Oh, yeah, Javeliner. Oh, yeah. There we go. All right, take a look at Senior Herald. Not the best performance in the first game for this group, but looking to change that around. Khan is a hero that, you know, a middling performances, right? The hero power obviously loses something as the game goes on. Sometimes it can do well, but its real strength lies in this early game quite often because you just get sort of repower every turn, and you can ride that tempo to be able to do some pretty strong things. And it looks like that's what he's going to do with staying on one in the double Micro Mummy.
Yeah, I'm liking this play with the, was it Sunbacon Relaxer and Putbot in the shop for next turn. He can get himself the obvious inherent synergy between Putbot and Micro Mummy to just keep buffing that attack up and up and up. For Alucard here, it's definitely looking like a 3-on-3 curve, yeah, as this shop is really not offering him much at all. But for Pyramids, you know, I obviously don't want to be pressing the hero power yet, but not one of these heroes that has necessarily strong inherent synergy with 3-on-3. He's going to hope for a quick turnaround, despite the fact that actually quite a lot of our players are going for this 3-on-3 strat, right?
Yeah, I mean, if everybody just has sort of this handshake moment where there's like, we're all going to go 3-on-3 the start game, right? Yep, okay. Nobody takes any damage, and we just get to accelerate.
Oh, yeah. Made your pick, TJ.
Oh. Ah.
Time to teach you a thing or two about magic.
We've got a few seconds for turn 3. As, of course, everyone does at home as well, using the Tavern Buddy extension. You can predict who you think will win this lobby based on the first up to 4 turns of play. If you'd already done it, you'll get more points for your selection because you get more points the earlier you do it. But you still have time, and now you get to see everyone's quests thrown into the mix as well. Bit of a tough selection here for XQN, actually, right? As that is a hefty price to pay for Cooked Book.
Yeah, it's not the minions in types in this aren't like super conducive to Cookbook, right? Without Pirates, Elementals, or Murloc, so but it is just really a pretty strong one. I still haven't picked my bandwagon because I'm trying to see Mirror Shield, but it's refreshed 10 times, which is pretty tough. Anima Bribe. Any synergy with the first one? It was just the Spectre, right? Yeah. So not really. I guess Anima Bribe kind of has synergy with because you're getting an additional minion each turn.
True, yeah.
Okay, I gotta hurry. What am I picking? What am I picking? What do I pick?
You still haven't put it in, TJ?
No.
Yeah, I'm not much feeling Meng Shah this game. This is not the best minion to triple into.
This is the exact board that Penguin Sod had last game.
This is actually the exact same board, yeah.
It is, I'm pretty sure.
Cool.
He arrived at it in a different manner. Instead of with a Galakrond Hero Power, I got there with a triple. But it's the same.
As they say,
It was, it was a Celemental instead of a golden thing. A golden
completely different.
Cat.
For the Guardians.
The stats are the same.
Sure. Okay, buddy.
Doesn't even get the win. Nice. Okay.
Right, flipping back over to Sleepy, who can't quite see what his quest is yet, unfortunately, but he's got some of those death rattles going together quite nicely. So, I mean, if he has death rattle synergistic quest completion or quest itself, then that would obviously work out very nicely for him.
Ooh.
Wow, okay.
YJB went 6. Wins the first game and then just goes for a 6 with Galakrond. Obviously, the choices from the upgrades could have been pretty poor. And again, don't know the quest, but
Was it Battlecry
be a
minions?
quest
I guess?
that's it looks like it's Battlecry, so we are going to get it complete this turn, and it's going to be able to ice. Yeah,
Oh, this is pretty nice. Yeah, it's get 2 Naga as well at the start of your turn, which only being on Tavern Tier 2
Oh.
has a reasonable shot of tripling for him, right?
Yeah. And to be quite honest, with Critter Wrangler, like getting a Foe Reaper, and if he can like accelerate with temperature ups and find like a Critter Wrangler to be able to continuously buff this Foe Reaper, that's actually a good choice from the Galakrond Hero Power. So that Naga, those Nagas each and every turn could be a big deal. And
Very big
already
deal.
is pretty strong just because of Foe Reaper's power.
Damn, YJB is popping off, man. I like the way he plays as well. It's like very aggressive in early turns.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Insane.
Oh, cool.
Pretty good.
Pretty cool. I don't know.
I don't know.
These are not pretty cool, though. Actually, there's double sparring partner in the shop.
Oh, of a strong shell?
Just big strong.
Yeah.
The double sparring partner.
I mean, you're not wrong.
That's like +8/+8 if you keep the sparring partners around. That's not bad. I think you actually might already have a taunt, too.
Not great, though, is it?
Yeah, but none of the other ones are great.
Yeah.
Not getting any blood gems anytime soon. Doesn't even have beasts on board.
I think I'm taking... Wow. Oh, they're already...
Oh, see, there's already 2.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. I hadn't factored that in. In that instance, yes, I absolutely agree.
Okay. Yeah, especially with this, right? If he's going to Tavern Tour up, he just wants as much stats as possible on the board. And Strong Shell offer that with the ability to have another minion to sell to be able to get to that 8 gold to go Tavern Tour up, which actually has a ton of value right now because, he wants to hit those the strong Nagas. He wants to hit the Nagas that are going to give permanent stats, right? So, things that can scale.
Indeed. XQN's quest, once again, to play 7 beasts or Nagas, which, he's getting there with the beasts. Kind of, but despite having double Bird Buddy, he only actually has 2 beasts on the board, so he's really not getting that much value out of it. But again, you really cannot overstate the power of Bird Buddies, even with just a couple of beasts. It's so much stats.
Yeah,
And it is going to be keeping him alive for now.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. Penguin's not even... still only on Tavern 3 without a quest complete either. And doesn't seem particularly strong. Well, actually does have 1 quest complete, right? Has the original quest complete, just not the... has the hero power quest complete, but not the second quest, I think. Well, I mean... some rats? All right, Sleepy. This is my bandwagon pick, actually, with Sleepy. We hadn't even seen Sleepy's board at all. I was just like, I don't know who to pick, so I'm just going to...
Let's go.
Yeah, just throw something out there. And I don't know about this.
What's he got? Add 45 cards to your hand and pilfered lamps, right? You only need 2 copies to make it golden. Which he is... what?
What? Hello?
Yeah? I thought you...
You say... No?
Oh, I thought you were trying to cut me off.
Nope.
I'm hearing voices, TJ.
I mean, there's some synergy with that class, right? Because the fish could get more blood gems, right? And now, if enough stuff dies for, then get some spellcraft, which also counts as cards added to the hand. So, could be completing that quest pretty quickly, but doesn't have any way to like protect. So, we'll see. All right, so we still don't have like a Wrangler. And not high enough tavern tier to even find it in the shop, but could find it with a triple.
Yeah. That hero power.
Yeah. But does have a decent amount of on board. That Foe Reaper, again, probably carrying him through many more turns. And Myrmidon's also going to be pretty large at the beginning of this turn. Wow, Senior Herald still hasn't taken any damage.
Kind of crazy, because he doesn't look that powerful, right, comparatively. I guess it was kind of a similar situation to Alucard last game, right, where he just had a good tempo hero for those early turns that was able to ride him through up until turn 7. But similarly, this was just about the time that Alucard started losing, and I think as we can see with the tie here, the scales might be tipping now for Senior Held as he needs to start doing something much more impressive.
Yeah. Oh, we got a brute. Oh, we got a Avatar 5 Mama Bear. What was in the box?
We need to know. Oh, Org. Okay.
Nice.
I think that's a triple with Lava Lurker, right? So just Healbound?
I think he even sold the original Lava Lurker. Oh, no, there.
Covered up.
Definitely a fine spot. Is that the first tick quest?
Why has he not completed it once? I'm not sure. What was the condition?
Like 4 mechs or Quillbore? That's the first mech or Quillbore? There's no way.
No, surely not, right? He's got a bunch on the board. He must have done it once.
Nope. That was it. Oh, no.
Yeah, but you can complete it infinite times, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
What are you talking about, Teach?
It was Bonker for the first one.
Yeah, I guess.
No, Bonker for the last one. And then maybe even Module. Did we see him buy Module from the shop?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Bonkin.
Well, it's all just like very dense little battles that are happening here, right?
Yeah. Senior Herald's actually putting up a good height. This is actually going to be...
It's really surprising.
Barely a tie. Almost one. They've had 1 additional health, right? So...
Yeah.
I mean, I think Senior Herald probably will be fine, especially with that much health to work with. Can try and find options for scaling pretty soon. Penguin-san not in a good spot. This board looks piecemeal.
Yeah, very ragtag.
3.
But he does have a triple in the shop. Cookbooks is just starting to get rolling now.
Cookbooks and Victim Spec.
Ooh. Okay, YJB now starting to pop off with a golden Orgazoa as well. Man, it's just a shame you can't get up to leveling up here because you really want these. Oh my god, these spellcraft to offer you Thissa as well. But I mean, screw that. You've just got so much stats now. This Myrmidon is going to end up being so big. Another Brute for the potential triple, yeah. There it is.
Oh,
we can look for that Athissa.
Yep.
That's another miss.
Just insta sell the Charles. Come on, give him some respect.
He's actually getting the level on this turn. He's actually doing it. Man, I didn't even think this was possible. Oh my god. That's sick. And then he's going to get 2 more Nagas at the start of next turn. They can start being a Thissa. He's going to be able to discover 3 more just off the Orgazoas as well.
Oh,
I'm liking YJNB's chances here big time.
Yeah. 32 live, nobody's dead yet, damage cap, so even if this is a pretty weak turn because the Orgazoa just doesn't have that much stats.
It's kind of just not a weak turn though. It's actually still just
It's not, no. At first I thought it was, but looking at around at the other boards, nobody's really like that powerful. Like nobody's got like this insane lead, right? So definitely can be in a good spot. Maybe seeing him sweep 2 games in a row. Penguin's on Stayed Alive.
Oh, there's the Athissa as well. He is popping off.
Okay. Now gets to
You gotta
offer 3 more.
choose which Nagas you want. I guess you sell the Lava Lurker. Even though it's obviously way bigger just because...
Myrmidon has more potential. Yeah, does it though? I don't know. Doesn't.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
With the chance to get a triple, I feel like it's got to be worth it.
Oh, Critter Wrangler. I like Critter Wrangler, but choose a Shell Collector. I guess it's a little late for Critter Wrangler, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going full stats now.
Oh, mamma mia, it's so many Nagas. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like I would like to maybe see just choosing 3 Nagas and doubling down on those because you're probably going to have to sell one of these eventually, but maybe not. You know, he's got room on the other side of the board with, you know, the Manted Queen that could theoretically go as well.
Yep.
Oh, it's another attempt at cooked books here. Oh, sorry, from Penguin-san. We're seeing the attempts of his stabilization, which is kind of happening. He's got some big divine shields, and obviously you should never underestimate a deflector bot.
Yeah, and Cook's been rolling for a while now. It's been complete for quite a few turns, so
I think
we shall
probably survive against XQN. Trying to hit leapers, it looks like. Wow, okay.
It looked like that's what he was going for when we saw him last with just the Bird Buddy. He ended up hitting Golden Bird Buddy, which actually gives you so much.
Yeah, this is big.
How you play, because you can just ride a board for so long with a Golden Bird Buddy with just a bunch of random beasts.
Yeah, as long as that gets to attack, that's really big.
Yep.
Now the Divine Shield's gone. It looks like XQN's going to take this one just about.
Yeah, and it's going to be death for Penguin.
That's enough for a kill. Oh my god, it's exact! Exact. Look at that! That is a heartbreaker for Penguin-san, who I think was my pick. Yeah, unlucky.
I think so. I think it was.
I changed my mind?
Nope. All right, what do we got going on here? We got a Ground Shaker, Charlga, Golden Monkey. Okay.
I don't know what's going on here.
A ragtag group of individuals.
Just some rude, crude dudes.
Yep. Has the mask, so Charlga getting a lot of value, but
Yeah, true. That is a lot, especially with the erupted Myrmidon.
yeah. Yeah, actually, this is pretty insane. It's the banner board too. It's just like
A
compound.
lot of gems.
It's just compounding interest right now on these stats.
Oh yeah, look at that. The Sun Bacon Relaxer is just more spells to go with this double Athissa on the board right now.
Yep.
And again, with no Murlocs in play, as long as YJMB doesn't hit like a massive tempo opponent, he looks to be by far the strongest scaling person left in the lobby.
Yep. And I do like the Anoia module just by here, because it gives some protection against like if there's any stray Leroys or Tunnel Blasters or anything like that. Only had 3 gold left, had to decide 1 minion to buy in the shop, but I think Anoia module just makes the most sense just to be played by itself in this situation. A solid positioning here for YJMB, looking quite good. Gonna be facing off against Dapido.
Oh, he is big, isn't he?
Yeah, see, that's huge. We just saw him this turn.
He was
His stats
much
like
smaller
tripled.
than that. Yeah. That's nuts. Well, it's a close fight, though. Oh, that was exact! That was exactly 44 damage for 44 health. That's so sick.
The Ghastly Mask. Putting in work.
And,
Insane.
yeah, maybe that is just the strongest scaling right now. Crazy to say.
Yeah, I thought it'd be YJMB pretty easily, but the Thistle came like quite late, honestly, with
Yeah.
all things considered. So, all
And
right,
there's like
XUN's ramping up.
exactly, yeah. He's not really scaling in the traditional sense in terms of stats, but if he can find himself, Golden Baron would be the big one. But a Parrot, a Golden Leaper, he can really take off.
Yeah, and funnily enough, during the break, the Rinda gave us a stat here about XQN. We had mentioned that hadn't been to a day 2 of Lobby Legends despite qualifying for them all. They said, oh, should be in a good position with a 2nd place finish in the lobby. And Lobby Legends 4, XQN won a game, but then came 5th total in the group. And then Lobby Legends 5, XQN had a 2nd place in a game and came 6th. So never underestimate the power of XQN. To just flop after a good performance early on in a group.
Ooh, a triple? It's a pretty good triple, I want to say. Like, obviously, you're losing another minion to stick a Anoia module on, but I think that's worth it right now because, again, it's going to get the cookbook stats, which is going to increase your immediate board presence substantially as we see XQN tossing away the Baron. Ditching the Leaper's plan, it would look like, in favor of just, you know what, I've already got a 2nd. Let's just go max stats here on board. Try and close out a top 4, guaranteed.
Yeah. And this is a strategy that it...
Oh, never mind.
It's a Baron back that really only Cooked Book can enable, right?
Yeah.
Like, when you start playing Leapers, it's really hard to just bail out of Leapers.
Yeah.
Unless you go like
out.
Goldrin, right? You just kind of have to hope that you hit the right pieces along the way and try and get as high of a finish as you can. But with Cookbook, if you're buying enough stuff, you can transition into something stronger like this. So, and it's just beefy stats. Ooh, okay, we got a mackerel.
Ooh, it is another smoking gun Onyxia game with a heck of a lot of death rattles, but
Yeah.
Surely this has to be going to XQN. I mean, maybe not. It's the deflectos again for both sides, actually. Yeah, Meng Shah is actually really deceptively powerful here.
Yeah. Yeah, the Golden Bird Buddy not doing as much anymore, right? Like, Baron did the job. Cleaned off the Divine Shield. Yeah, it's still going to go to XQN, but it was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, same. And yeah, not going to be lethal either, so we do get to see Meng Shah fighting it out for another day, another round, which, you know, this makes all the difference in the world as our players are getting down to one more place that you finish higher each round can be the difference between making it to tomorrow or not. As wow, I mean, a player that you were clearly not sleeping on, as you picked him as your winner for this round based on completely nothing, seems to be doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, this is I honestly don't know what to make of this.
Yeah, I mean, it was clearly a very hasty pivot over to Nagas and Athissa, but a powerful one, even if it was a little impromptu.
Oh! There's blessing!
All right, here we go.
He caught us
Now
off
we got a
guard.
spicy one.
All right.
Oh, this is a tough one.
That golden tunnel blaster. It's got to be something.
But it's Deflectos, right? And there's no Baron there, so it's not going to, like, kill the Deflectos straight away.
Mega Buster as well.
Yeah.
Five, right?
Oh, we're in agreement again, TJ.
I think we've agreed on every
Yeah.
Ralph's blessing.
Good job.
I mean, that was my strategy, as I said. With Derek and I both chose. Actually, I'm gonna wait. Actually, I'm not gonna wait. We picked Meng Shah.
Picked.
I was like, we're gonna hold back our expert opinions. Probably more experts than we are. Oh, I forgot about the stats though.
The stats do get a lot bigger. Yeah.
The tunnel blaster's not even gonna die.
I mean, it's just, for me, like, the health goes really... Oh, sorry, the attack goes really high, but the health not quite so much necessarily, which against Divine Shields is obviously what you really want.
Oh, were we wrong? Oh, no, I forgot about the whelps. The whelps are gonna start coming into play, too. Smoking gun whelps, anybody? I don't know. Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, actually...
It's close, man. It's really close.
It's got to hit
That's the
left
right
one, 'cause the left one has the
deflector.
depth.
Yeah, that's the
Rattle.
good one.
Yeah, okay. It's at very least a tie. No, wait, it's not a tie because the whelp's going to spawn a hit. Okay.
Oh,
We're right.
hey, easy. Whew. Close one.
Ooh.
Okay, Senior Held taking a look back. Probably the player with the least direction, I want to say right now. I mean, I guess it's just cooked books, right? There's not really much more you can say other than that. And some decent minions to go with the cooked bookers.
All right. How big is this Placating Menace?
Big.
Very curious.
Yeah, not all too much too useful being found.
28, 25.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Brand Jug, okay, yeah. Oh, sorry, Shell Collect. Sure. Same thing anyway, but a bit bigger.
Okay. Not much has changed for Sleepy. Things are just a little bit bigger. And a Manted Queen's thrown into the mix, but I don't really know where this is going. Oh, Golden Sophos as well, which is going to get copied alongside Gas Coiler potentially. This is interesting. This is a hard board to evaluate, right?
It is. It's like it looks a bit weird because usually when you see Nagas, it's pretty all in on Nagas, but this is actually, I think, really quite strong. The golden selfless as well, right? That's huge.
Okay.
Oh man, those are some good spellcrafts he's getting too.
Also, this is a big fish.
That is a big fish, yeah.
That fish is big.
That fish gonna hunt.
Oh, he good. There it is. Oh, it's
Leroy
big.
effect. Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, look, I mean, it's just getting there. All these death rattles just keep going and going and going for Sleepy. Any divine shields on the other side of the board are just minced through.
Yeah, it doesn't even have any hands left because held so many minions, including a golden deep sea wrangler.
Yeah, it's definitely time to dump the hand now. But he survives another turn, and he actually takes... Oh, no, it doesn't quite take down his opponent.
Oh.
Senior held
Almost.
staying in for now. And I mean, again, look at that top four we have with
Ningxia died.
almost an exact repeat of the first lobby. It's only Senior Held who's managed to creep his way up from last place last time into top four here. Much needed victory. But YJNB, XQN, and Sleepy all repeat performers in the top four.
That's right. And now the big question for XQN is, where do you go? All right, that thing's big. Ah, it's not that big. Thought it was going to be bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, XQN's starting to plateau at this point, right? Which is what you expect, unless you hit some kind of a huge pyro or elemental ability where you can just buy and sell minions 50,000 times a turn. Eventually, you start slowing down pretty heavily, and that looks to be what has happened here. The question just whether it can survive against Sleepy, and I want to say probably not.
It's a golden Leroy.
That's pretty filthy. Just got to make sure he gets all the moves in. I mean, the funny thing as well, he's been doing all of this with only 2 Nagas on the board instead of 3, which is hilarious. And it's kind of insane that that's just probably correct.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Very good stuff here. Ooh, okay.
Give some more Divine Shields, because the Death Rattle as well is pretty nice.
Yeah. Oh. Again, so hard to evaluate.
Oh my god.
Because Nazal versus Deflecto. Alright, Senior Herald's gonna fall. 2 YJMB.
That was expected, right? Like YJMB,
That was very much expected, yeah.
he's been off camera for a while, but he has just been, I would imagine, continuing to giga scale with the Nagas turn after turn after turn.
Oh my goodness.
So much spellcraft!
Spellcrafts, I know.
Oh.
Just a full hand of spellcrafts every turn. The blood gem blocking the spellcraft. That's unfortunate.
He's still winning though, right? Like his
Yeah, it's 152, 152. There's no mechs left to...
Kashmar is too big.
Yeah, there's no mechs left to respawn, to set this Deflecto bot, so it's just a matter of actually getting through all these rats. But it's not going to be that much damage, right? So... All right. Already moving.
I mean, you can't just move here. You got to move through these turns here like all lightning.
Already too slow. Already lost.
Too slow. Delete the game. Uninstall.
Yeah, is fighting against a ghost though, so a little more wiggle room.
What's going here? Is it the Ghast Coiler? Leroy? Because you got a good chance of finding another one? Maybe, I mean, I guess it's just
Gas Coiler has seemed like the worst. The only thing about it is it's been powering the Spellcraft Avenges.
That's true, yeah. That's
right, because
big.
then it gives the fish the death rattle, and
yeah.
kind of compounds on itself over and over again, and it's been what's been driving his hand being filled with.
Okay. So now finally, sorry to cut you off, but XQN coming up against YJNB. He's kind of been like the alien in Alien for a while, where you don't get to actually see him, but that just makes him all the more scary. As I can't even imagine how big YJNB must be at this point. But just based on a guess, surely he's winning this one, right?
We're gonna have a peek. I'm so excited.
Well, that's pretty big.
I was expecting more, to be honest.
Yeah, very disappointing. That was more like Alien 3.
But I think big enough is
Oh yeah,
gonna go with there.
yeah, more than good enough to get it done.
Yep. And that should be enough for XQN to fall completely. So it'll come down to Sleepy versus YJMB, who honestly have similar boards. Oh, wow, exact. Okay. I thought it was going to be a few over, but that was exactly 17. So XQN goes out in third. Not bad, though. A second and a third. Just needs a reasonable placing in game number 3. It should be in to the first final day of Lappy Legends for XQN.
Yeah, I think with a second and a third, you're maybe not guaranteed.
Oh no,
let's say
that's 11 points. You're essentially guaranteed. The cutoff was
Super
actually no, the
likely.
cutoff was 11. The cutoff was 11.
Yeah. So anything other than a last place, I want to say XQN, very likely to make it through.
Yeah. Okay.
But of course, our word is not law. We'll wait to see the results and won't speak on anything too early. Now for YJMB, how does this improve? It's like a Selfless, another Leroy, I guess, a Mantid. Just one of the usual minions you stick onto an existing large board to make it better.
Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty rough. It's basically just rolled down all the gold this turn. Meanwhile,
He has stopped scaling pretty much completely.
Sleepy is leveling up.
I mean, maybe it is big enough. I don't know. Like, obviously, YJMB has more bigger minions. But I'm just wondering whether this double Divine Shieldage with the Selfless and then the fish as well can be enough to get there. I don't think so. But, it is pretty big, to be fair.
They just have to wrap up here. Get all these buffs out. Double Manta Queen. Well, Golden Manta Queen and then a second Manta Queen.
I mean, hey, maybe it does. Like, YJMB is not as big as I thought at first, right? And that's a terrible hit for the Leroy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is Sleepy.
Well, that's good for YJMB.
Yeah, there's not enough stats. This is Sleepy's for sure. It's just about a matter of how much damage that he's gonna take, right? So.
Looking like not quite lethal, right? Especially with these Void Walkers knocked off.
Well, it depends. Like, the fish has a gas coiler in it.
Oh, good point. Yeah, that could be the difference maker, huh? And it has the Leroy effect, right? So that's it. That will be lethal.
No, there was no Leroy.
Oh, the Leroy was taken.
The Leroy, I
Apologies.
believe, right? Yeah, it was a Mantis Queen put in at the end.
Right.
And actually, all these are taunts, so it's not actually going to be.
Yeah, that is not going to be lethal. Just about. As the Lava Lurker is just mowing them down, but yeah, in the end, close as it may be, not quite enough for Sleepy. So one final turn for YG.
Did we get a player with less than 4 health win a lobby yet in the puzzle box?
I don't know if we did.
Okay, well, we're guaranteed now, so
Now it will, yeah.
we can check that one off the box. Also, Sleepy was my bandwagon pick, I think, for this game.
Was indeed. You're crushing it, TJ.
Throw darts at the board. All right, YGMB is like, all right, I need to do something. That ain't it.
Yeah, there's not really enough Divine Shields, and you have a Tunnel Blaster anyway if you were really afraid of that. I mean, he gave up all his scaling, and I think it was fine, right? Because he sacrificed the Orgazoas for more stats, which solidified him essentially a guaranteed top 2. But it meant that he was very vulnerable to someone who kept on scaling later and later. And for a player who won the first lobby, to give yourself guaranteed second place, I think is just the correct strategy, right? So even though he's losing here, I would not take this as a loss at all for YJNB.
Yeah.
If he loses. Not to put the cart in front of the horse.
Yeah, but the Tunnel Blaster is really the only inclusion, which could be pretty good to strip off some of these initial Divine Shields.
Potentially.
I did sweep up Leroy as well, actually. So that's a pretty big deal. Leroy getting no value. Fish gets taken out before the Selfless as well.
This does look a lot different. But there's still a lot of health on the board for YJNB.
Yeah, and there's still the Fish left, so if the Selfless is sniped, then we still might be looking at just like this sort of recurring Divine Shield battle. Yep, there's Selfless, okay.
And if that can hit Pashmar, that's the wrong order.
Oh, it's a Leroy!
Leroy? That's big.
All right, so it's a tie at least. Leroy got Divine Shield. I think Sleepy's got this.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah, the Leroy is just too difficult. Leroy will trade one for one, and then Passion will trade 2 for 2 or 2 for 1. So
Yeah.
that's it.
Oi, oi, oi. He's
Barely wins. Nice one from Sleepy. A very cool use of N'Zoth there to just kind of fuel the Avenge for the spellcrafts and use that as scaling, even with a minimal amount of Nagas on the board. It just used some Manid Queens at the end to kind of, and the Gas Boiler with Reborn, right? That was doing a lot because that was the Death Rattles. That was what was getting all those spellcrafts. So very nicely done. The stats were enough. In YGMB, though, second place, that'll lock an appearance in the final lobby tomorrow. That's 13 points, which is usually well above the cutoff for actually qualifying into the second day. So should be very happy about that game, despite only getting a second.
Yeah, agreed. That feels completely unassailable for YJNB at this point. A few players more towards the middle of the pack who could be in a little bit of trouble. But for XQN, YJNB, and Sleepy in particular, that feels like honestly a pretty safe trio of players to be going through to tomorrow, with most of the rest of the pack fighting out for that one final slot in the top 4.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want to see, though, right? You want to see, if you're in the bottom middle, you want to see the players that have been doing well continue to do well, because that separates the top from the bottom and makes the middle a lot closer. So I think everybody, with how the standings have played out, we'll look at the updated standings in a moment. I think that means that nobody's mathematically eliminated from actually making it, just because of how things shook out. But we'll have to see. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Between 4th and 8th. It's only a difference of 3 points.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, YGMB, Sleepy, and XQN are all locked.
Correct. Yeah.
because there's not 2 players that can pass. Even if Senior Held got first, it'd be 11.5, and then if Mingxia got second, it'd be 12. Okay, XQN technically not safe. If XQN got last, and Senior Held got first, and Mingxia got second.
Okay, correct. Yeah, that's the
Senior Held will be at 7.5, Mingxia will be at 12. But that's a very specific scenario that would have to play out for XQN to not be locked. But that does mean that Sleepy and YGMB are locked, because there's not 2 players
yes
that can pass, or 3 players in their sense that can pass, because that would have to be to knock them down. So that would mean that they're both locked. Yeah. So XQN, I mean, has been very good at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. But he's in a very good spot to qualify for day 2. And that means that the rest of the 5 players are fighting for that last slot. So anybody's game at that point. But we've reached the point in the day where it's time for our fifth and final break of the day before we jump into our last game of Group B and decide who's going to be moving on to Sunday, who's going to be moving on to that final lobby. So we're going to take a couple minutes, and we'll be right back with more Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends Murlocized. I'm TJ, joined by Derek, and we're about to get into our final game of the day. Game 3 for Group B. where we have 2 spots locked into tomorrow with YGMB and Sleepy, and 1 spot nearly locked with XQN. It's one very specific scenario that would have to happen for XQN to not make it through. And that 4th and final slot is essentially up for grabs, right? Which makes this very exciting because an entire middle to bottom of the pack has a chance to actually make it into the final day. It's going to be a photo finish, Derek.
It will indeed. And like you said, all XQN needs to do in order to get through is just not finish 8th, specifically last place, and he will be going through. And we know that that's very, it's very likely that he will finish anywhere other than 8th. In addition to that, he would need both Mengsha and Senior Hold to finish specifically 1st and 2nd, or 2nd and 1st, respectively. But this is XQN we're talking about, right? Who does seem to have a curse upon his head in Lobby Legends, where every single time he's qualified through to Lobby Legends, he's qualified to the on-broadcast section. Like, they play a little bit off-stream beforehand to whittle down the players down to 16. The last 4 times he's made it onto broadcast, but still yet to make it through to day 2, which is where it's looking like now he can remedy it. But who knows, TJ? The curse is pretty real.
And as we said, the stat from Dorinda earlier, Lobby Legends 4 had a game win and then finished 5th in the group. Lobby Legends 5 had a 2nd place finish, came 6th in the group. So, but this is different. This is different. Has a 2nd and a 3rd. Okay. So, looking to be in a much better spot. Biggest, I think, winner of all that's happened today is YJMB, who has not had a Lobby Legends performance as of yet, but is showing up in a very big way with a 1st and a 2nd already locking in. It's a very impressive play. You said it as sort of very aggressive early on, right? Finds ways to scale very quickly in games, like sees the vision very quickly. And then the last game kind of capped out, but it was impressive enough just to get to that point. So, and here we go. Heroes have already been chosen, so we're already jumping in. Going to start with Dapido on the Sire Denathrius. Well, Evil Twin early on with a 45 gold as the progress makes sense.
Okay.
If you can get a spend gold early as Sire Denathrius, you sort of get a head start on the quest. And Evil Twin can be quite good.
Yes, it can be very, very powerful indeed. I'm often favoring it in the elemental lobbies. I feel like you can get a good amount of value, which we do have up for grabs here. If you can get up to a Dazzling Light Spawn or a Nomi start, of course, just to copy one of these big elementals or a big Shaper of Realities as well. But like you say, if you can just get it completed, pretty strong overall. Poor TJ.
I already snuck in my bandwagon pick.
Whew.
Alley Cat start.
You believe in the
Dapido?
Alley Cat?
I went for it. Turn 1 bandwagon pick for Dapido. I'm going in. I'm going in. Needs a big win too, so might have a little bit of risky play as well. Oh, XQN picked Galakron over Ysera. A little note from Sottle, since on broadcast we missed the hero selection. So really going all in, like high armor, like relatively stable. I think Galakron is like maybe one of like the least stable of the high armor tier heroes. If you get caught up in like the trap of getting too greedy with your hero power, right? But at the same time, you can get power spikes really early, and sometimes the hard part with that game plan is you transition a little bit too slowly. But as long as you hit those power spikes, you're not going to finish last. So that's the goal, I think.
That's right, and you don't have to go all the way to Tavern Tier 6. Just go for a 4-drop, a 5-drop very happily, pick something high tempo, and start winning some battles towards the start of this lobby. Options, of course, for triples presenting themselves straight away to Alucard. taking the risk of tripling accidentally here, I guess, and having to hold it in hand. But I mean, even then, that wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah.
It might actually be good because he just gets to triple without spending the gold.
Oh, I didn't even notice Penguin-san went with Bigglesworth. I would have been picking Penguin-san for bandwagon. I think I might have been a little too hasty.
I mean, I had to go with Meng Sha. I have to rep my boy Reno. I think he might be my favorite hero to play.
Oh, really? Okay.
Just feels good, man. Like, 1 hero power per game, boom.
That's it. You're done. You don't
That's
have to
it.
think about it anymore.
I'm clocked out.
Yeah. You just find an only triple, rush to Tavern Tier 4. Find a Nomi, and then windmill
DJ.
spam the hero power.
Oh. This isn't broadcast appropriate.
Ooh. Another hidden body, smoking gun. Alucard needs a win, so...
I feel like it's got to be smoking gun, right?
oh,
wow,
is that alter
really?
ego?
Yeah, I didn't even see what it was. Alter ego, but what was the condition?
I didn't even look at it because I always glance over alter ego. I hate
Same.
it.
Yeah. Okay, intriguing. I mean, my thought process was you have 2 Sunbacon relaxers, right? 1 on your board, 1 in the shop. You can start adding some cards to your hand really quite rapidly.
Yeah. Oh, loser tie 3 combats.
Oh.
Thank you, Subtle.
Okay, fair.
Probably easiest to complete.
Oh, wow. Interesting selection here. Stolen Gold, obviously very high priority. But Pilfered Lamps has won both of the 2 previous lobbies, right?
Yeah. I believe so.
For both Sleepy and YJMB beforehand. Oh, no, sorry. That was the one before then. It was the last lobby of the previous.
Oh, yeah. But it's won
for
twice
Sword.
today.
Yes, sorry. It has already won
It
twice.
was Sword when Sword popped off with the Pirates, yeah.
Correct.
Was
So
it
clearly a
Williams?
very high priority pick. I mean, I imagine with Murlocs as well, right? Your ability to hit those truly absurd levels of pop-off makes it a very high priority pick.
Oh, and this is exactly what we're talking about with XQN. I love the choice, right? The Crush. Very high power spike, right? In the early to mid game, incredible minion.
Oh, yeah.
Topped at 5, didn't get too greedy, didn't go to 6. Very stable opening, XQN, which is exactly what he's looking for. So, and a triple.
A triple?
Oh, here we go. What's the progress on the original quest on the Evil Twin? That's what I want to know. I think he spent a good chunk of gold up until now. It's got to be like 35, right?
Really? Between turns 3 and 7?
18, 22. It's at least 28, and that doesn't even include like actually like selling minions.
Right, yeah.
Buy
okay.
more.
My quest
If you just spend all your gold without selling any minions, you're gonna have at least 28, right? So, not 28, 25. So,
Sure.
probably not 35. It's probably 30.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's gonna hold the triple. Looks like gonna go for a 4.
Oh, wow. XQN as well. I didn't even realize this quest is to play 7 Battlecry minions and add Young Murkai to your hand, and your end of turn effects trigger twice. So it could just be going for, like, you know, whatever random stuff you can get your hands on for tempo in the early game, and then a pretty decently strong transition over to Murlocs for the late game.
Yeah.
If he can get himself, you know, a Young Murkai plus the Toxfin, doubling that Battlecry every turn, that's a lot of poison.
Yeah. Ooh, Alucard really struggling. I think still needs. This will be the last combat for quest completion for loser tie, right?
Yeah. And I mean, if you want to lose combats, Nomi is your best friend.
It's play 4 Mech or Quillbore.
Alucard?
I'm
No, you're looking at the wrong one.
When you tab over, it takes a second to update. I was like, I'm going crazy.
Oh,
To be able to complete the altar. Hey!
okay. That's the better way of going about it. Don't just pick Nomi. Take the Tavern Tempest and roll into Nomi of your hero power.
Oh, yeah.
That's so scummy. I mean, now you're going in, right? There's a,
Well,
a Smogger in the shop as well. It's huge.
You have to tie or lose.
That's true. Well, just don't play the Crush. You're still losing, right?
No, I think you can play it. I think you can play it. Maybe not the Blood Gems, but I think you can play it.
Yeah, I mean...
Careful. Don't want to get too powerful here.
I mean, do you just say you don't have a quest this game? What is it?
Ooh. This board is not strong. It's Alter Ego is what it is.
Alter Ego, like, do you really care if you're going for a Nomi game?
I mean, I guess not. Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree. Just play your... He's at low enough life total where I think you just play your strongest stuff.
I think it's really smart.
If you happen to complete the quest, then you happen to complete the quest.
Exactly.
Oh,
like,
no, lost by 1 health. It would have been perfect if it was a tie.
yeah, that would have been sick if it was a tie. But even then, like, just staying above 15 health is by far the most important thing. Because he is dying really, really fast and needs to survive if he's going to go for some Nomi turns.
Yeah. All right, we got Ming Shot. This is Derek's bandwagon pick.
I believe, man. I believe. Give us a Nomi, a Bran.
And this will be another quest completion.
Whoa. Yeah, Mengsha's face.
Never too late to pivot to Agam.
I guess not, huh? What does he get? Hidden Body? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And 10 cards in hand is not that hard to repeat, right? Especially if you
Yeah.
find like blood gem generators.
Absolutely.
Could just go Reef Explorer to start working on the next one.
Does he have any Quill Balls on the board? Because if not, Reef Explorer could be quite nice just to try and get some blood gems.
Yes. Has a... Oh, no. Wait.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Oh, Bannerborn, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's probably not worth selling that just for the Reef
Gold in it! Oh, no!
Oh, come on. That's an insta golden, right?
Wants to get a little greedy. Still high life total, so has some wiggle room here. All right, we got Smoking Gun complete here for YJMB on Rat King.
Yeah, not actually a particularly great Murloc board, though, is it? Like, it's winning for the moment, probably. But it's not running away with this game at all.
Yeah.
Or just wins. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, with no brand, no particularly high amount of scaling, no poisonous. Far from the dream. As now, okay, we can see where Mengsha's at. He is looking at trying to find some Powerhouse 5 drops. And boy, is he happy he saved that hero power, because Golden Bran, you do not even think about it for a second. Tavern Tempest as well. The Recycling Wraith. Oh, this was the easiest pick of my life, TJ. Gonna get to discover another
so
minion.
Good with hidden body. Oh
It's
my god.
sick.
Oh, it gets an Agam? Oh.
Oh, another mirror's on as well. Oh my! What? What?
Oh,
Low-key, the quest is a downside now. It's just slowing him down. It's like actively bad at this point, almost.
make sure he foresaw this. As soon as he saw the gold bank, he started moving so fast. Like,
Oh my god!
wow. Wow. Okay. Wow.
It's slowing him down so much,
go
TJ.
faster.
Go.
Blue shell.
Oh, the Tortollan's so good. What is he even doing? I have no idea what you're supposed to do here. Do you level at the end? I think that's probably what he's going to spend his gold on. Just, for, you know, running out of time.
At a time. Yep. Gets a level in. Solid. And it's going to try and get a little bit more stats from Lil Rag here.
It's actually
Okay.
always Reno. It's always
Ooh.
Reno, dude.
Left the board space open, but I think that's fine. Didn't have time
That's
to
fine.
off and look out.
He's at 30 health,
Air for the Agam.
even if he
Yeah,
takes a
30.
loss.
Ooh, Alucard really hasn't ramped up much at all.
Ooh.
Well, hey, quest is complete.
Whoa.
Woo! Alter ego. Done.
It's like someone punching you in the face, like, joke's on you, I have insurance. Okay, is this, I mean, it kind of feels like he needs to pick a direction sometime soon. Like, what he's doing is very
Yeah,
impressive.
He's Agam. He's Menagerie.
He's Agam.
This is easy.
Like, surely this ends up as Murlocs, right, in the long term?
Nope.
Guess not. That's pretty big, though. Beast.
Agam.
Sell the Agam now? Because you want to guarantee
No.
buff the Beast. We missed it twice. Oh, but gets it the third time. There we go. Man, he's just running out of gold quite quickly, actually.
Look at that.
That is absurd. Okay, fair play. It's always Agam.
Yeah. All right. Nicely done. Going up against Dapido, who we haven't seen in a little bit of time,
Yeah, true.
has been stabilized at 22 health. But take a look at senior health. Okay. This is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of stats. Double gas coiler on the board. Not really much synergy going on with the Sapphire, but hey.
Well, it looks like it
Can
can
you
probably beat this, though, right?
Well, XQN got a hold of the Murkai, so.
Oh, yeah, he finally got it. And he is, as I predicted, transitioning over to Murlocs. Once again, all he needs to do is not finish in dead last. And with both Senior held Sleepy and Alucard right down at the bottom, it feels like one of them has to be dying soon, right?
Sleepy's at 1.
Oh my god, and XQN still, he could actually finish in last with 5 people at that threshold.
So keep in mind, not only does XQN have to not finish, it has to finish last for this situation to be upheld. Senior held has to finish first, and Mengja has to finish second. That exact scenario has to happen.
Correct.
For XQN to not be in. So.
Yeah, I mean, obviously still vanishingly unlikely at this point.
Yeah. Is going up against Mengja, though.
Who is going to absolutely destroy him.
He's going to get bodied, but he's got to hope that... Because I think even half a point is enough, right? 11.5.
Yeah, I think if he ties last.
Well, if Senior Held wins, yeah, if he ties last, yeah, then he would have the tiebreaker over Senior Held. If Senior Held ends up winning, which would be the other one. So.
All right, let's take a look at Senior Held, who hasn't got noticeably stronger. He's ditched a Ghast Coiler in favor of a Parrot. It's going to be Meng Shah up against XQN. So this is what XQN is up against here. That's pretty big. But, you know, there's some poison, there's some Divine Shield. It looks like XQN is going to lose here.
Yeah, the cleave, I think, is a big one, too, because I don't know these things. Yeah, everything is in cleave range. Going to depend on what this hits.
Ooh, that's bad.
Oh, yeah, that is probably the best hit for XQN.
That's bad, too. Man, these hits are all going fantastically for XQN.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he won! Oh, he tied at least. Yeah, he ties.
Now
Man,
Alucard died!
he's done it. That's it. Oh, the double Nomi strap for Alucard. He was so close to getting out of this stratosphere, but he's unable to do it. Alucard falls, Sleepy falls as well, and XQN, TJ, for the first time in Lobby Legends history, he's made it to day 2.
Yeah, and shame for Alucard. Not a great day.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Just went downhill. Started 6th, then 7th, and now 8th. So pretty rough, but his consistency throughout the year has been quite impressive. So hope that doesn't get him down too much. I know he has a pretty big fan base out there, especially among the Brazilian community. So, and Sleepy, other player that died, was already locked into tomorrow with 12 points. Nobody from below 4 could pass him. So.
Oh, look at all of this, TJ. It's your favorite thing and my favorite thing. It's Reno and Agam.
Together.
This is just absolute filth. Yeah, ending it there, fair enough. I mean, what even is that with the brands? Like, +8 times 5.
Good stuff.
Good
Got some
stuff.
good stuff going on here. Honestly, like the poison on these amalgams is like useless. Because I'm pretty sure Meng Shaw's board is bigger than everybody else's in the lobby.
Defeat, stranger.
Gonna hold the rest. Already holding the Selflesses and the Nadina, right? Because the amalgams could let the amalgams get Divine Shield. So we're almost past the point of like scaling, and then we're gonna move towards trying to find those Divine Shields, the Barons, etc.
Looking for a good hit here. Okay, that's not bad for the recycling to take that out. Again, man, this Hydra is just not doing what it's supposed to. But it'll still be more than big enough.
Even double Leroy here is...
Yeah, it doesn't scratch it.
Yep. Wow, smoking gun with a rat.
Pretty good.
From the Casco is pretty good, but again, the stats are just too big. It looks like YGMB will fall, but it's been a fantastic day for YGMB. First and the second already. Now we'll go out in... Oh, wow. Okay. 4?
Oh my goodness, 3 people falling.
Okay, so with Meng Jia in the top 3, I believe we're settled now for our top 4. That would be Meng Jia sneaking in, because Meng Jia was already in 4th, and the 2 people below, yeah, it would be. We'll get a double check at the end of the lobby, but I think that is. But still a lot on the line. One thing that's on the line is Derek's bandwagon pick, Meng Jia.
Oh, I knew, TJ.
He knew. He knew.
I just knew.
And we also have some fantasy points on the line as well, in terms of Penguin-san being on my team.
That's true. And you're looking here. I mean, it's not bad. He's got a lot more money to work with here and a heck of a lot of rerolls.
Yeah, kind of got to go because it's already starting to run out of time.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming in pretty hot. Still has a full hand with maybe multiple Goldens here in a second.
Yeah, there is a lot that you can do on this turn. He really has to move. So far, nothing presented that's worth taking. Another Bran, I think, is bait. Maybe it's not even bait, it's just bad.
Yeah.
For justice.
Nice. Poison is huge to get towards the end of the turn. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. Floated some gold at the end, but...
Yeah. But all in all,
pretty
fine.
Forgive it. But even then, I mean...
Yeah.
You ain't beating Agam.
About that. Won't die.
Yeah, that's...
This is a cap of
Really
17, and that's if nothing else dies, which it won't. So will have another turn to work with. And XQN does fall to the Ghost, but
Ooh,
XQN, job done.
he's done
Third
it, baby.
place secured, which will got a second and 2/3, right, for XQN.
Very impressive.
Solid 16 points. Could even be the points leader since YJMB. Oh no, YJMB will have him edged out by just a tiny bit. I think we'll go 3.5 or 4.5. Oh, geez. Okay, I should have known it was coming because
We hadn't
it's the
done it
final
yet.
turn that it could possibly be.
Yeah, Sol giving us the equivalent of quickly doing your homework on the bus to school.
No, this is pretty much doing it while you're walking to class. It's got to be Ming Xiao, right?
It just has to be.
Yeah, I think we're 6 for 6 on Verov's blessings. That'll give us a tough one. The last one, it was very close.
That was a good one.
Absolute wire. This one was probably tough as well because Ming Xiao was just killing everybody. Like,
Oh my god, he's just not stopping. He just got a triple amalgam, like triple tag. Like, oh my god. Yeah. It's literally the only thing that's stopping him now is how actively bad the quest is for him.
yeah, I know. It was good. It was good at first because
It was great, yeah.
Actually, no. The very first turn he got the golden brand, it actively started being bad, and that was like on the second completion
Yeah, I think you're right.
of the hidden bite. So
Okay, well, there is for Penguin San Divine Shield Poison with the Nadina. That's something, but I mean, yeah, this just deletes the entire board, even as the Hydra again hits the wrong side.
double Leroy.
Nah, no such luck. Oh, look at that, TJ. Meng Sha taking it down.
Eric's bandwagon pick. I think we both got a bandwagon today.
I think so, yeah.
Patting ourselves on the back there. All right, Ming Xia completes the win, and I believe that would lock our top 4. It was close up until that point, but it should be YJMB, Sleepy, XQN, and Ming Xia, which were the top 4 actually going into this game. So that would make a whole lot of sense. But a lot of consistency up at the top. You'll see in a moment when we bring up the standings just how separated the top 4 is from the bottom 4, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just absolutely fell off a cliff, the points total, right? We saw that from XQN downwards this time around at the end of the end of the second lobby. But I think with Meng Xia's results added in as well, it's just going to be even more stark in terms of how dominant a performance it was for our players up at the top. And I mean, for a lot of them, like for XQN in particular, I think that was just a textbook day one of how you're supposed to approach Lobby Legends, right? You just go for good strats, finish decently, aim for second every game, and then you get through very, very easily.
Yeah, which certainly worked out. And there you go. Actually, wasn't as steep of a drop off as I thought. And Sleepy actually moved because of the tied for 8th. Actually moves all the way down to 4th after having being in a pretty good position after a game win. That second game. There you have it. YJMB, XQN, Ming Xia, and Sleepy. Moving on to day number 2. Penguin San Senior held Dapido and Alucard. Unfortunately eliminated, but hey, they gave us a good show. We saw, I feel like this lobby in particular, this group, we had a lot more interesting games outside of the sword shenanigans. Sword's last breath.
Indeed.
The final game of Group 1. We got some pretty cool and interesting games in this last one. So makes me excited for tomorrow. How things are going to change, how much more aggressive players are going to play, especially once we start getting to the point where lobbies are in check. How greedy we're gonna see players get.
That's right, yeah. That's when those heroes, I mean, like Reno, become much more sought after, because if you get a game like that where you're able to triple Bran or Nomi, as we talk about often, or Urzul, something like that, you can very quickly propel yourself to a first place finish. But look at that team, a full roster of players to be fighting it out in day 2 of the competition. Some real standouts, I think, right out of the gate. Obviously, XQN making his way to day 2 for the first time. Eastleaf, for you and I, as a prediction for both of us from Group A, I think has just been playing some very strong battlegrounds all around. But for me, I mean, I know at this point I should probably be expecting good stuff from Matsuri, given their Battlegrounds accomplishment and how popular they are. I do think Matsuri was displaying some very, very nice Battlegrounds throughout the entire day.
Yeah. We have 3 returners to day 2s in a row, 3 consecutive returners with Matsuri, Eastleaf, and Sleepy, all in Lobby Legends 6, the previous one, making it to a day 2. Matsuri coming off a 2nd place from Lobby Legends 6, so looking to improve that with a win tomorrow. But incredibly stacked, incredibly stacked. And here we go, the puzzle box answers. Derek, you got crushed.
Oh man, it wasn't even close, TJ.
Nope. So the only one you got right, well, all 6 games have a different winner. And I thought that was the only one that I was going to get right.
Oh, damn it. I mean, I will say, will the game go at least 10 turns without an elimination? I did think that meant like 1 less turn, which happened a couple times. But, you know, I know it definitely doesn't say that, and it's just me being an idiot, but that's what I thought.
Well, all 6 winners use a different hero. So we had the same hero win twice. Which hero won twice?
Oh, it's the opposite, right? All 6 winners did use a different hero, but we
okay.
Which was wrong.
Oh, well, see, I would have gotten 5 right if I just understood the question.
There you go.
There you go.
If you'd gone against me on every single one, you would have just got almost every single one correct.
Ooh!
Oh,
there we go.
okay. Damn.
Puzzle Box, it's not even worth that many points. The hardest one. You got me on bandwagon.
Just about.
You picked a little bit sooner. We were both 6 for 6 on Barov's Blessing, so I believe we were in the maximum number of points for that. But Puzzle Box and Fantasy Team is where I got you big.
And what, your Group A fantasy team, you just absolutely crushed it.
Yeah. Yep. And Group B, we were pretty similar, except I had Penguin Son and you had
Alucard, even worse.
Oh yeah, Alucard. Penguin Son, and they both finish in bottom 4, so kind of cancel each other out. But we'll see how those points totals stack up tomorrow, Derek. But
I'm going for the opposite strategy. Whatever you pick tomorrow, I'm just going to pick the exact opposite and just hope it gets there.
That's the way to win, honestly. That's the way to win. So I wish you good luck, and hope everybody out there on who participated in the Tower Buddy extension had some fun today and earned points. I didn't have the broadcast open just because it distracts me.
Yeah, I'm gonna see that.
I was gonna see if I can see the leaderboard real quick, but I may not have time for it. Because I'm really slow at navigating through different things. And we're also a little bit behind. We are on a delay.
All of these things are true, TJ.
Okay, so it hasn't fully populated yet. Yeah, I can't say it because we're not real, so I won't even call out who the leaders are. But good work to those at the top of the Lobby Legends Tavern Buddy leaderboard. You done good. Done good.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely looking forward to tomorrow, where we're going to go through the final. Keep in mind, tomorrow's the check format, which players are going to earn points the same way they did today. And then once you reach 20 points, which usually, first player usually reaches 20 points around lobby 4, then that player will put the lobby in check. And then if you have the lobby in check, if you win a game, then you're declared the winner. So looking forward to it. Derek, any final closing words you'd like to give before we send everybody on their merry way?
Just that I think the top 8 that we have for tomorrow is absolutely stacked out of its mind. It's going to be a fantastic top 8, and Can't wait to see which direction it's going to go, what spicy new builds all our competitors have for us.
It's always Agam.
It should be.
All right. Well, we are done for today. It's been a fun day of Battlegrounds action. Of course, we will return tomorrow. We're going to start at the same time. We're going to be broadcasting from the same place. We're still going to have Tavern Buddy, and we're still going to have Derek and I to guide you through the action. So it should be a fantastic day. So for myself, from Derek, from Soddle, behind the scenes, and from the entire production crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Battlegrounds action.
Cyclone had an accident on the other side, hit the worst available target, and that's going to allow Better Babbit to take this down and put 16 into his opponent.
He knows. Smile is massive on his face.
Yeah, absolutely well done to him as well. He got the highest points last time by an absolute mile. Well done, SSA.